Cambiare.
Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, a warm welcome to the plenary session of the High-Level Environmental Conference on Environmental Management in Peace Operations. After the working groups in the morning, we are going to begin the plenary session now in a few minutes. I kindly ask you to take a seat and silence your mobile phone. Thank you. Only a few administrative notes to better organize our time and facilitate the meeting. Beside the official opening, we are pleased to read the speech from the representative of the Italian Ministry of Agriculture, Agri-Food and Forests, and a video message of Brigadier General Massimiliano Conti from the Specialized Environmental Unit of Arma dei Carabinieri. Then we will go on with the presentation of the three panels, and after past 4, we will enjoy an half-an-hour coffee break. Then we will meet again for the institution of the month. The role of moderator for this conference is up to the Lieutenant Colonel Pierpaolo Sinconi, Head of Coastal Research Office. The floor is yours, Pierpaolo.
Thank you so much indeed, Marina, for summarizing the activities that we are gonna run in this afternoon. First of all, allow me to really thank you for the very constructive and proactive participation in the three panels this very morning. I was belonging to the panel number 2, but I've heard that also in the other 2 panels, the activity was pretty dynamic, and there was good interaction among the panelists and the participants. As mentioned by Colonel Bizzotto, we will start with a message that His Excellency the Undersecretary of State, Honorable Francesco Battistoni, who is the Undersecretary of State of the Ministry for Forestry, Agriculture and Agriculture and Agri-Food, has sent us. So I invite our intern, Dr. Marina Vittoria Buiatti, to briefly read the message of His Excellency the Undersecretary of State, please.
I am very grateful to the Arma dei Carabinieri, and namely to the Center of Excellence for Stability Police Units of Vicenza, and to the Carabinieri Command for Environment, Forestry and Agri-Food for having planned and organized this very important and meaningful international conference on environmental management in peace operations. Regrettably, due to simultaneous political engagements, I cannot participate in person to the event in Vicenza. But I would like to witness and convey with this message, as Undersecretary of State of the Ministry for Agriculture, Agri-Food and Forestry Policies, the deep and strong commitment of the Italian government in supporting this important initiative. Let me emphasize that, in general terms, the Italian government is and has always been very much motivated and engaged in achieving the commitments of the Agenda 2030 for Sustainable Development Goals and the European Union Green Deal. Italy, with the Carabinieri Command for Environment, Forestry, and Agri-Food, and COASPU, may represent a model both in the operational field and in the training and doctrinal development domain. I wish to the Carabinieri, as well as to all the distinguished representatives of the international organizations, of the Italian and foreign universities and research centers and institutions participating in the event, a very fruitful and constructive conference. I conclude expressing also the auspices that the outcomes of this international conference will represent a concrete contribution to develop the knowledge and capabilities of the peacekeepers to operate more effectively in coping with the environmental protection and promotion. I officially declare open the plenary session of the International High-Level Conference on Environmental Management in Peace Operation. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Dr. Buiati, for reading the message of the Undersecretary of the Ministry for Forestry, Agriculture and Agri-Food. As you are aware, actually Sunday we had the elections here in Italy, and the Undersecretary has been re-elected, so he will run for another mandate in the Parliament, and it's crystal clear that his engagement in these days of transition between one government and the other are challenging, demanding. So we really must appreciate the fact that he had the time to send us a message to encourage our activity. This is really witnessing how much considered is the aspect of the environmental management, including in peace operation, by our government. Prior to send the video message that is being registered by General Massimiliano Conti, I would like, with your permission, just to briefly recall a couple of important elements of the CV of General Massimiliano Conti. As you are aware, in the Italian Carabinieri, we got a specialized branch, the CUFA, which is the branch of the Carabinieri devoted to cope with all the issues concerning the environmental protection, the agri-food and agriculture, and the forestry related issues. So that is the specialized branch. Then we in COASPU got a chair dedicated to teach this cross-cutting issue that is, in fact, Colonel Bizzotto, but there is clearly a lead in the Carabinieri in general terms in Italy of this branch of the Carabinieri, the CUFA. So Massimiliano Conti is the head of the CITES department within the Carabinieri Forestry, Environmental and Agri-Food Units Command. This unit is the unit in charge of implementation of CITES, this is to say the Washington Convention on the Trade in Endangered Species of Wild Fauna and Flora. Inter alia participates in CITES COPs and the standing committee meetings of the CITES Secretariat General organized by the United Nations. He has headed the Italian delegation in CITES COP 18 that was held in Geneva in 2019. He is member of the scientific board of the Observatory for the Legislative Analysis in the framework of the environmental protection of the right against food counterfeiting and hydrogeological instability. And last but not least, he is also the driver of the environmental crime priority in Europol, so-called impact of the policy cycle 2022 plus. So I kindly invite to send me the message.
Good afternoon to you all. It's a pleasure for me to be here today. First of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Massimiliano Conti, and I am Brigadier General of Carabinieri, head of CITES department within the Carabinieri Forestry, Environmental and Agri-Food Units Command, driver of the environmental crime priority in Europol Impact Policy Cycle 2022 plus, and the president of the Italian Scientific Commission. within the Italian Ministry for Ecological Transition. The Forestry Command is the Italian law enforcement authority dedicated to protect the biodiversity and to fight environmental crimes in Italy. It coordinates actions carried by other 4 Carabinieri commands: the Command for the Protection of Biodiversity, concerning the biodiversity, including the Convention of Washington enforcement in Italy, the Command for Forestry Protection, coordinating the local forestry Carabinieri offices and stations, regions command, groups, forestry and national park stations. Command for the Protection of the Environment, concerning the environmental protection. And the last, Command for Agri-Food Protection, concerning food counterfeiting and safety. The organization has more than 1,000 field units, of which 950 command stations and 7,000 militaries involved. Many command's activities and goals are tackling pollution crimes and waste trafficking, safeguard of biodiversity, fighting poaching and animals maltreatment, CITES enforcement and investigation, safety food, illegal logging check, and forest fires investigations. Let's enter into details. About fighting pollution and waste trafficking, Carabinieri are involved in fighting illegal landfills, toxic substances, and liquids disposal, the burying of dangerous materials, which constitute the main causes of environmental degradation and a threat for human health. Furthermore, water pollution and the toxic substances present in the food chain endangered for food safety. About the safeguard of biodiversity, local units push the goal of biodiversity conservation and the protection involving the implementation of community forestry programs in relation to international agreements on sustainable development and endangered flora and fauna species protection. These offices contribute to significant environmental education activities put in place in more than 130 national natural reserves. Environmental criminality also threatens biodiversity. Its safeguard requires surveillance in protected areas. Our efforts in many cases have guaranteed the prevention of endangered species from land degradation due to human settlements which are not respectful of local habitats. About safety food, closely connected with waste trafficking is the issue regarding the agri-food crime. Here, our efforts are directed to the safeguarding of resources, especially water and soil, and so that we can guarantee food safety. In Italy, special attention is paid to the production of quality food, because it's closely related to the respect of the environment and therefore a result of sustainable production. Carabinieri fights against agri-food fraud and counterfeiting and the tampering of food and drinks. About forest fires, the international community has shown a great interest in climate change over the last few decades and the serious environmental consequences of anthropic activities. In this context, deforestation produced by illegal wood trade and forest fires have a prominent role. The forest fire issue is an ongoing and still emerging problem, and not only because the last summer's fire dramatic season. Forest fires affect the entire country and generate an important social concern. Environmental crimes are now not only a national priority. In fact, they are recognized by the Commission and the Europol as priority through impact, that is a permanent and a key EU instrument for structured multidisciplinary cooperation to fight organized and serious international crime driven by the member states and supported by EU institutions, bodies, and agencies in line with their respective mandates. The aim of this priority is to disrupt criminal networks involved in all forms of environmental crime, with a specific focus on waste and wildlife trafficking, as well as on criminal networks and individual criminal entrepreneurs, with the capability to infiltrate legal business structures at a high level or to set up own companies to facilitate their crimes. Regarding the strategic goals, we were successful in covering all the 17 operational actions in the 2022 Operational Action Plan through a well-balanced distribution of the actions among member states. They are developed in 8 different subjects that I'm going to briefly explain. The strategic goal number 1 is a criminal intelligence picture. The number 2 is investigations and judicial response with a specific focus on high-risk criminal networks. The number 3 is coordinated controls and operations targeting the online and offline trade in illicit goods and services. The number 4 is criminal finances, money laundering, and asset recovery. The number 5 is about document fraud. The 6 is capacity building through training, networking, and innovation. The number 7 is prevention, awareness raising, and harm reduction. The last, the number 8, is cooperation with the non-EU partners, non-EU countries, international organizations, and partners. The current Operation Action Plan is composed of 17 operational actions. The engagement of Carabinieri is very relevant. In particular, 14 officers are directly involved, respectively, in the role of action leader, 3, 5 co-leader, and 6 participants in the field of illegal trafficking of waste, pollution, illegal timber, and wildlife, besides the thematics of training and awareness raising. Only to look at some relevant operational actions, talking about illegal trafficking of wood, it has been proven that the profits coming from illegal timber trafficking are commonly used to finance corruption and other illegal activities such as war and armed conflicts, trafficking of weapons and drugs, trafficking of human beings. In this regard, the EU timber regulation provides that for the risk assessment, which is the key element of the due diligence system, the operator wanting to import timber shall take into account also the prevalence of illegal harvesting. For these reasons, in this field of action, due to the ongoing war conflict, we are paying close attention as we expect an increase in the illegal trafficking of timber and associated criminality, such as fraud and false representation to finance the armed ongoing conflict. Talking about the illegal trafficking of waste, the global scenario has changed mostly after the well-known China ban, with the decision of Chinese authorities in 2018 to close the import of 24 types of waste. Consequently, illegal routes moved to other East European countries, as reported in the numerous investigative activities implemented. Those areas are registering the presence of organized crime aimed at penetrating the local political administrative structure through corruption and money laundering. In this sense, we are paying close attention on transnational investigations and operations on waste trafficking to tackle organized crime even conducting finance-related activities based on the principle follow the money. Another important point to underline are the activities related to external dimension and cooperation with non-EU countries. In this regard, we are paying close attention to law enforcement cooperation with third countries in Asia, funded by ISF and UNITE, whose main goal is to strengthen law enforcement and judiciary cooperation between the EU, Asia, and observers from other regions to favor rapid intelligence exchanges, sharing of best practices, and joint operations. Other important points dealt within the environmental crime priority are, first of all, the criminal use of legal business structures operating in the international waste management business, in particular in the recycling and the renewable energy sectors, and with the F-gas and ozone-depleting substances, plastics, and waste electrical and electronic equipment. Then, the online commercialization and distribution of trafficked wildlife specimens. Also, the European eel trafficking business between Europe and Asia. Taking advantage of the activities carried out in Impact 2018-2021 framework regarding joint efforts between European countries and Latin America, it's more than important to keep the effort in this region once the Jaguar network is consolidated. It's a clear example of the synergy effect between Impact and other EU initiatives, such as, in this particular case, El Pacto program. Through the current policy cycle, there are so many achievements we are going to acquire. Enhancing operational support and the cross-border cooperation between and among member states, as well as third countries, will be the main goal for many operational actions built on the experience gained in the previous policy cycle. The exchange of best practices through the sharing of experience and cases between the EU member states participating in operational meetings and dedicated training will be crucial. An important objective is, moreover, to provide evidence through the impact of the link between organized crime and environmental crime. To ascertain this link would finally give a recognized dignity to environmental crime as a serious crime, putting governments in a position of attention to lead to a revision of the internal legislation systems, establishing stricter and more uniform sanctions in all European countries. To do so, a higher quality of Siena messages content is required without compromising the fluent adoption of this communicational channel, along with the proper, adequate, and greater use of the instruments, know-how, and expertise Europol APM crime and analysts put, as always, at our full disposal. Carabinieri Corps also is involved in different international contexts. In this regard, the protection of the environment plays a crucial role. His engagement is mainly related to take part in international projects of the European Union and to provide training in Italy and abroad in favor of foreign police national forces. In this framework, Carabinieri Corps offered its ability to the Ministry for Foreign Affairs to valorize the capacity of the training center in Sabaudia within the Circeo National Park, giving to it an international connotation for the protection of the territory and the environment. Some contacts have been reached with the main United Nations agencies, as the United Nations Environment Programme, the United Nations Development Programme, the United Nations Office for Disaster Risk Reduction, and the Department of Operational Support, to elaborate training programs in favor of trainees coming from developing countries to promote the strategic national interest. Meanwhile, 11 training modules were prepared by the officers of Carabinieri regarding the different competences of the command related, for example, to the themes of climate change, forest fires, management of the crucial habitat. Recently, Carabinieri signed an agreement with UNESCO aimed at giving support to protect the reserves, men, and biosphere. In this framework, 55 environmental experts have been selected to take part in some courses to increase their competence to intervene in international scenarios listed by UNESCO to manage possible emergency situations against the environment, create an international diplomatic net, give support in case of lack of environmental knowledge. Thanks to the international experience gained by Carabinieri in operations aimed at maintaining peace and stability, it has been possible to prepare some working training packages related to environmental issues, mostly available in African countries in case of need. In this regard, Carabinieri have signed a protocol of cooperation with the FAO on Jan of 2017. The areas of collaboration concern the protection of biodiversity, food safety, sustainable use of the resources, illegal deforestation, cooperation for initiatives on environment for the countries in which food insecurity, malnutrition, lack of resources are considered a problem, exchange of information and experiences through the implementation of meetings and joint workshops about common issues, development and spreading of teaching materials. Following the signature of the protocol, thanks to the funding of the Italian Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, Carabinieri and the FAO have completed together during the 2018 the first course named Rangers in Rwanda. 50 students, including Rwanda police officers and national park rangers, took part to the training course. It was focused on the prevention and the management of forest fires, police enforcement regulations, anti-poaching and training in international conventions, such as the Convention on International Trade in Endangered Species of Wild Fauna and Flora, CITES. The initiative has been appreciated from the government of Rwanda, national police and rangers. Consequently, other courses have been held by Carabinieri in Namibia, Uganda, Zambia, and other ones are ongoing. Thank you so much for your kind attention.
Also France, Spain, I guess, got similar, Portugal, similar branches. I don't know exactly the figure, but in this case, 7,000 seems to me to be pretty high. And the other point was a typical approach that was used by a few very, very important prosecutors in fight against organized crime, and also by a general, Italian general that fought against terrorism and organized crime, is follow the money. Is the right approach also when you talk about the protection of the environment, when you talk about protection of forestry, the fight against illicit waste trafficking. The right approach probably for the judiciary police is, and also for the magistrature, I guess, is to follow the money, because normally pollution is the unintended consequence of another crime, or is an intended consequence in order to avoid the payment of high amount of money or for the legal management of these issues. I don't know if there is no. We proceed.
We are ready for the presentation of the three working groups. And so the first panel has discussed the theme peace operation, socio-economic repercussions of environmental damage, chaired by Admiral De Giorgi, former Italian Navy Chief of Staff. A warm welcome to the rapporteur, Professor Carlo Pelanda from Guglielmo Marconi University. Professor, the floor is yours.
If I may, Professor, I will just a little bit summarize your huge CV, but just to recall that the Professor Carlo Pelanda holds a doctorate in political science at the University of Trieste. His areas of specialization range from global scenarios, economic policy, strategic studies, system theory. Is currently professor of economics at the Department of Economics at the University Guglielmo Marconi of Rome. That, by the way, is one of the universities that has got an MOU with the Center of Excellence for Stability Policy Unit. Is coordinator of the Geopolitical Economics section of the PhD program in Political Sciences. Is member of the Academic and Policy Board of the Oxford Institute for Economic Policy in Oxford, UK. Is published a huge amount of books, articles, is been cooperating with almost all the ministries that we get, ranging from Ministry of Foreign Affairs to the Ministry of Treasury, the Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Defense, and last but not least, he was advisor to the President of the Italian Republic. He is teaching and cooperating in projects essentially in a huge amount of universities and research centers located worldwide. So thank you so very much indeed, sir. The floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm very honored to be here. And let me start by remembering a personal experience. 1988 to 1990. I was engaged in a panel with the mission of recommending to the Secretary General of the United Nations a new policy for the mitigation of natural disaster. That initiative has been called UNIDNDR, International Decade for Natural Disaster Reduction. But actually, in that panel, we analyzed, mostly by geophysical, meteorological, earth science approach, the preliminary effects that were visible at that time, climate change. This is not exactly in the report because it has been not considered politically correct to emphasize that time this emphasis. The economist in the panel that was led by Frank Press that time was the chairman of the National Academy of Science of the United States. Then, 20 years ago, we put on the blackboard a scenario which is occurring now. A pretty dangerous scenario. And in fact, I remember the colleagues from the physical sciences looked at me to where the question was, can we prevent something of this? And say, well, let's start a global study about prevention. So, so what is likely to do 200 nations in terms of prevention of exactly what? From earthquake to floods to infrastructure, new infrastructures for containing the effects of extreme atmospheric phenomena. This research has never has been published. I can say that after 30 years, so we can declassify this. Actually, no one government accepted the idea of trying, with some exception, of course, in Japan, Morocco. So the governments, the politicians at that time perceived that that prevention is something that is a not a consensus policy. And this created a sort of shock, because professors, when they meet, they tend to be rational and use a lot of mathematics and logics. So if you expect a damage of 100 in the near future and you spend 10, then you save 90. This is typical professor way of thinking. It's not in the reality. For instance, let me speak about my country in order not to offend other countries. This research in southern Italy for the earthquake prevention and so on got dissensus from the local politicians and the national politicians, because they said, well, if we issue the message that in about 5, 10, 15 years we may have a huge earthquake, then tourism will go south. And the economic side of the government was a recommendation of be prudent in this area, because this message will have created a devaluation of the land in that area. So, I don't want to speak of the other countries, but more or less this has been the outcome of this research, which means that prevention, which seems to be the most rational approach, hasn't consensus. Therefore, it cannot be applied. So therefore, the policies devoted to the mitigation of a disaster, both natural, both climatic, and that is less and less distance between the two, well, we cannot count on prevention. Still now. Which means that all the political trends, the tendency, the awareness has to be concentrated on disaster mitigation, which is not good. So we're in trouble. We're in trouble because the environmental and related risks are pretty well identified. But some of the most important solutions will have problems in finding a consensus at the global level and inside the nations. And we can see now, for instance, for the climate change awareness, a high variety of interpretation of this scenario according to national interest or national conditions of consensus. Yes. I just said that we are in trouble for that. But this is a professor view, so a little bit idealistic and so on. I have to notice that realistically, actually what I heard today is a very precise sign of a growing awareness. Awareness of what? Of including the environmental dimension in any security policy. And by shortly doing my duty as a rapporteur, I have been many times rapporteur of something, but I never understood what is expected by a rapporteur. Probably my colleagues will be much better than I am. I will not use a lexicographic approach by mentioning the discussion we had this morning. That was very good. So, and because there will be the proceedings and any contribution can be visited in detail. And I will try to summarize my interpretation of what I understood. Also, I am a professor of economics, but also the chairman of an important investment fund, the International Investment Fund. So I had my filter of interpretation. But let me... So, first point, by the different interventions, it is clear that there is a growing awareness of including the environmental dimension into the security policy or the policing that is in the mission. Someone mentioned the relevance of an holistic approach, means a systemic approach, that is add in a matrix, into a matrix also the environment as a factor of damage, that is a factor of destabilization, but also the environment as a factor of conflict, as has been mentioned many times today here. Particularly some detail, so for instance, the adding the environment to the new NATO strategic concept, because an environmental crisis of any type is a crisis multiplier. In some senses, and this has to be enclosed into a security, a stability building intervention. That understood, we had the opportunity, a rare opportunity this morning to understand from a specialist the relevance, the centrality of the forest and the protection of the forest in this area of interventions. Of course, it's not new, it's new for me, but the point is, the forest is central, is an objective of protection, a very clear focus. Thinking about operations in countries or countries in need or developing countries, there has been a discussion on the priority of respecting, yes, the human rights in general, but specifically the the culture and the habits of the local population. This of all, let me be proud of my national flag for 1 minute. So this is something I remember. It was common language in the 90s when I was directing research for the Military Center for Strategic Studies of the Ministry of the Italian Ministry of Defense. So the idea of making more complex the activity of the soldier. In fact, and that was not a simple moment because some soldiers said, well, okay, this idea of the soldier of peace makes a lot of political sense, but it does not make a lot of, in terms of operational sense. But this Italian institution found a good compromise in which, without jeopardizing the core mission of establishing order where order has been compromised, so to enrich the capability of the Italian military personnel to stay comfortably in some territory in need. And so this point, I would say, is one of the specialties of the Italian approach, and has been emphasized during the discussion of this morning. So an emphasis has been given to the fact that the peacekeeping community, which includes governmental and non-governmental organizations, is starting now to have the awareness of including the environment in the concept of peacekeeping, and it has been with a very important and rational motivations. The economic part, well, last but not least, we had an important report on Oceania, that is the problems, the destruction of the natural environment, where protection of the natural equilibrium, for instance, for overfishing, particularly by some nations, and also a very interesting report on Africa. So Africa is showing a growing awareness of the climatic change, of the possible impacts, and that the continent, in my view, looks much more modernized than commonly believed. And I think that this is a sign of hope and also commitment for helping an acceleration of this awareness. But let me start the economic part. We had numbers and very good research presentation on the cost of the growing environmental risk. It's huge. And this factor is reminding me the discussion we had 32 years ago in New York, in Geneva. So the climate change risk is an absolute risk for societies and their economic support. For instance, in 1999, We analyze a scenario made by different scientific units, science, from the sciences of Earth. They predicted after a century, 2/3 of the population which lives in coastal areas in the planet might be at risk. If this happens, the colleagues asked to the only economists in the panel, so what? What do you do? Of course, the collapse of the land, of the value of the land, the collapse of the viability of the system for production, huge migration, unsustainable. There is no positive scenario for mitigating such a disaster. And so they asked me, so the only thing is eco-adaptation. So through prevention and to prevent the worst case by building infrastructures, by artificializing the territories which are at risk. Can we do that? Was my counter question. Yeah, well, yes, of course, it's a matter of engineering. We need a lot of time, decades, but we can do it. By knowing which is the risk, we can, in the proper time, 50, 60, 70 years, we can prevent it. And this last remark opens some personal remarks, if it is allowed in this hybrid role of rapporteur. For what refers to the stability missions, I see a problem. The problem is that at a global level, at the umbrella level, there is a macro risk that we don't know if whether or not we will be able to contain, to mitigate global warming. Because there is no consensus among the nations to use, we are not so sure yet that decarbonization will help. Some colleagues, some researchers say this is too late. Others say that it's, of course, the anthropic figure is the major cause, but there are other phenomena. So we have a risk which is extreme and absolute, and we don't know whether or not we can mitigate it. Which means that we should, at the umbrella level, to emphasize the priority of eco-adaptation, that is to not to wait for some event in the remote future, but to act now. Also because as an economist and chairman of a financial fund, I can tell you that the emergency is now, not tomorrow. For instance, the recent drought in Italy, the damage to agriculture has been estimated in about 6 billion euros. But the real cost in terms of chain, in the different analysis, more financial, and including the opportunity cost for this sector, leads to a bigger cost in 12 and 15 billion euros. So, which means the emergency is now. The ones in my area who work in the insurance sector they're a little bit puzzled, because what can we ensure? Sure. And in my area, more direct area, the area of industrial investments, my research team is reporting month after month that the secure area of the global market is shrinking more and more for geopolitical risk, but also for climatic risk. So, from this position, perhaps I am exaggerating a little bit, I do apologize for that. But in my view, the emergency is now. And the answer should be co-adaptation. We have the means to mitigate disasters, floods particularly, and climatic extremes, and so on. These are the events that we see on the newspapers. So, this means to finance more the institutions should finance more the eco-adaptation intervention. But because I mentioned that in a meeting in which the focus should be on the inclusion of an environmental issue in stability missions, because we have to define which is the object of protection. When we define that, this is the forest, fine, okay, and we know that putting a center of order, the protection is much more likely to occur. And this is the specific mission of the people that are here. Think about a mission with this expanded the security mission, extended to the environmental one. It will create expansion, expectancies. It will create responsibility, and in some sense, liability. Okay. The solution is to limit the mission to the transfer of knowledge, the know-how and technology to the local institution, and they will interact with the local population, of course. But in some cases of intervention, there will be the need of building infrastructures, structures, and changing behaviors, model of productions in relation to the need of eco-adaptation. And so, yeah, I'm going to come. I'm going to close. Sorry. So, in this sense, to have a language and a new institutional commitment at national level, eco-adaptation, add as another adjunct concept to decarbonization, might help the management of a macro risk which has an impact on the localized risk of some territory which needs stability. I will be more clear in my writing report on that, but the more we are going to include the environmental protection in the area of stability operation, the more we have to be extremely precise in defining the limits, the boundaries, and the complexity, the general matrix of these type of operations. How far we are from this objective of further research. Today we made a step more toward this outcome. Thank you.
Thank you so much indeed, Professor, for your deep insight when it comes to the discussion that you had in the framework of panel number 1 this very morning. Just emphasizing two key concepts that you crystal clear approached and share with the audience. The huge costs of the climate change, and if the costs are huge, obviously also the means to avoid them, and this was the other word that you used, prevention, must be adequate to cope with these huge challenges that we got in front of us. So huge costs means also huge investments to avoid these costs that are higher, and preventing them is less expensive than just repairing the damages after they occur. So thank you very much indeed, Professor.
The second group has spent the time discussing on capacity building and environmental management in peace operation. This panel was chaired by Professor Alazar Ruffo from Addis Ababa University and co-chaired by Ms. Johanna Lauritsen, Environmental Protection Advisor for the European External Action Service. Lieutenant Sinconi will now introduce some note about the rapporteur, Professor Pugliapito.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody.
Thank you so much. Just Professor, just if I can, that Pugliapito is full professor of computer engineering at the University of Messina in Sicily, Italy, and also the University of Messina is one of the universities that got a memorandum understanding with COESCO and cooperate fruitfully with us. His interests include the parallel and distributed systems, the networking, the Internet of the Things, the cloud computing, the advanced analytical modeling techniques. So very, very wide. He's been leading a huge amount of projects since already 1998, also for the European community, and he's also published books and articles on these topics, and he has implemented many EU-funded projects in this area. He's a scientific coordinator on 27-2013 Sigma project. He has been coordinating the smart crowdfunding initiative to develop a smart city framework in the city of Messina. He is co-founder of smartmessina.io. That is a startup working on the integration of cloud and the Internet of the Things in the smart city context. He leads other projects in Turin, Padua, Lecce, Syracuse, and so on and so forth. And last but not least, is currently the director of the Smart Cities and Communities Lab of the Italian Consortium on Informatics C. That is a consortium grouping the vast majority of the university existing in Italy and all the experts working in the field of Internet of Things, Internet, and so on and so forth. So thank you so very much indeed, Professor. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much for the introduction. Thank you, everybody, for being here and listening to this summary of the panels that we had in the morning. So the panel I'm going to report was about capacity building and environmental management in peace operation. We discussed about several things, and to me it was really a very interesting fact to realize how the Carabinieri are involved in this area. It was my ignorance, but I was not really aware about the strong activity, organization, and so many people working on environmental protection, because to me Carabinieri were just the investigation and different kind of things, but my limitation. So I really appreciate a lot this effort that they are devoting. So there were several speaking this morning. We started with Fiorella Polo from UNICEF that introduced an important issue. Somehow environment and child, the relation that is between these two elements, and she talked about child rights and say that climate and environmental crisis is a child rights crisis.
and provide several examples about this. She proposed to work at the level of action, capacity building, involving institutions, communities, and individuals. And this is something that also appears in our presentation. Then we have Wolfgang Mattes from the University of Vienna. Cover a little bit different aspects, but also this one is still important because we focus on the impact that camp intervention has on the environment, on the territory. So who is going to clean? How can we clean the environment once the mission is over? So there is the problem of garbage collection, wastewater management. It's important to have air quality monitoring procedure put in place. And of course, it is important to evaluate also the impacts on the health of the community that is produced by the camp and the organization there. Johnny Drake from KSAI, USA, put in evidence as this GPOI is very much related with PESP. I think this is important just to witness the fact that in Italy, as we already are discussing, and in other countries there are similar initiatives, and there is also coordination agreement among all of them. He presented several interesting pilot projects regarding energy production from solar panels and provided useful considerations on fuel consumption, a relation with growing security threats and rising interest from local population. So how to balance these two different aspects. Francesco Donella from the University of Verona gave us a different perspective. We analyzed the problem from the law side. So he was able to provide a list of actions that are occurring in Italy and not only regarding some law and how we are organizing ourselves to manage and take care of the impact, pollution, impact, and preserve environment. And he also said that environmental stress produces social cohesion, collapse, and conflicts. So the relation between these two aspects is extremely important. And we also mentioned some initiatives like the Great Green Wave for City, that is an initiative covering a large part of several continents to increase the number of trees that as an indirect consequence, there is, as we already mentioned, a reduction in conflict and problems with the population. Then we have Chiara Antoniazzi from Scuola Superiore Sant'Anna that introduced a project named Red Plus about sustainable management of forests, so it's related with the previous point. And I think that the message that she tried to convey is that human rights approach in environmental protection are strongly connected with the local community's rights. Okay? So the concept of the local community and the environmental protection, the preservation in the environment are again strongly connected each other. And then she also stressed the importance to inform and involve local communities. I personally gave a little bit technical vision, and I specifically focus my presentation on fast deployment of monitoring infrastructures. That means how to set up quickly and with not too much expenses an infrastructure that can control sensors and actuators distributed in the environment to collect data and understand what is happening in the environment. And there were some examples related with the environmental monitoring stations, smart cameras with the local processing, and examples that demonstrate how technology can support all these initiatives. Vince Didato from Amsterdam presented a project that he was leading in Herat regarding energy and power supply. Rat is a special area where there is a lot of sun radiation, so it's relatively easy to produce electricity there, but of course we have to organize everything so that in this critical area you can have this effort. And what they did is to provide fridge in villages supported with the photovoltaic technology. And again, this is a way of involving the local community that see, let's say, an advantage in this sort of action, so they start collaborating and everything become a little bit smooth. We also discussed about the opportunity to combine solar and wind resources. Sebastian Nashes from OCLA USP describe the French Army Force strategy for environmental protection innovation, and also action for the National Gendarmerie in the fight against environmental damages. Energy production and management, water management, of risk in operation are the specific action carried on by this institution. From the US SETAF focus attention on preventive action of environmental damages should be considered and taken care before real operation. And also it's important to learn from experience, also from mistakes. And the example was related with waste management as economic opportunities for local population. Nicola Gasperini from Imperial College stress the concept that food and energy crises usually come together. And he presented the so-named agri-voltaic experience that they had having this area equipped with the solar panel to produce goods from the land. Solar technology probably is a key player in peace building. We also make some consideration, and the consideration that I think are useful probably are the following. Energy production on site can be done also starting some sort of recycling or garbage products. It is important to define key performance indicators on the different actions so that we can compare, evaluate, because otherwise it's a little bit different to understand if there are improvements in the new action or not. What probably is the main message that is that it's extremely important to train people when we have this action, because people should be your friend. And to be your friend, they have to understand and perceive that there is something that is improving. The quality of life, in some sense, is improving. And this means also involvement of the population. Means that, for example, if they are in charge of some devices, some equipment, some production, electricity production, they feel more responsible. And they do something, they cooperate, they participate in the management of the environment. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Professor Pugliapito, for your intervention explaining in detail what the different panelists mentioned this morning. And you concluded also emphasizing two really fundamental, quintessential aspects. One, the one of training, obviously, and the other one that was also mentioned by more than one panelist, the need for the involvement of the local populace. So the title of the panel was the capacity building and development piece. So capacity building requires the involvement of the counterpart in order to have a buy-in, also political buy-in by local communities, and therefore to get support for the implementation of the projects. And the other, and this is perfectly in line with the principle of local ownership, by the way, that is one of the cornerstones of the Capstone Doctrine, by the way. And also another issue is to be aware of the importance of the technology, Internet of the Things, equipment that we can use to ameliorate the impact of our activities in the theater of operations. So really, thank you so much indeed, Professor, for your presentation.
The third panel is entitled Conflicts as a Consequence of Greenhouse Effect. The role of forests as a carbon reservoir to mitigate climate change and maintaining peace. Means for the monitoring and control of the woodlands heritage. Lieutenant Colonel Singoni will now introduce the chair and rapporteur, Ambassador Gramenos Mastroianni.
Thank you. His Excellency Ambassador Gramenos Mastroianni is an Italian diplomat, is a professor and a writer who has focused for the past 85 years on the societal, geostrategic and economic impacts of environmental degradation, as well as on topics related to the environmental protection, human cohesion, peace and security. He has taught sustainability and conflict resolution in various universities in Italy and also abroad. In 2009, the Ottawa University in Canada entrusted him with the first class by a university on the issue of environment, resources and geostrategy. Until 2019, he was the coordinator for the environment and the head of the science policy interface at Italian Development Corporation, leading Italian delegations on lands, water and oceans, and joining negotiations on climate and biodiversity. Chair of the UN Mountain Partnership and co-chair of the Global Islands Partnership. He's president of the largest Italian Association for Sustainable Development Education, Isola della Sostenibilità, in English, Island of Sustainability, and member of the scientific board of numerous universities, courses, and entities. He's also author of numerous articles and official reports on the environment. He published, for instance, 8 books, including Greenhouse Effect, War Effect, written together with Antonello Pasini. He published the Ark of Noah, Saving Together Our Common Home, that ranked, by the way, as best-selling essay. Among his publications, there are also the books, the Indissoluble Cycle, Peace and Environment, Development and Freedom in the Global Balance, The Necessary Eco-Revolution, and Now or Never, A Decade and Not Beyond, to save ourselves on the earth. So, Excellency, thank you so much for joining us and being the rapporteur of the third panel. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Excellencies, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I don't think that my life is so interesting, but just to say, I'm currently the Assistant Secretary General of the Union for the Mediterranean, which is an international organization gathering 43 states, all the EU states and all the other states along the Mediterranean that do not belong to the EU. There are currently 79 conflicts in which we can find some climate-related causes. This figure was investigated while I was the chair of the G7 group on climate and conflicts. What does it mean? It means that the demise of our environment is not only a problem of the environment, and this might seem very basic, but it is a new notion. Until not so long ago, whenever something happened to the environment, we placed ourselves as external observers, maybe feeling some sorrow or empathy for those wonderful blue butterflies that we lost. We are now understanding that the environment is our home. So if the environment gets destabilized, we get destabilized in many ways. And this was the perspective in which we tried to work with the aim of offering a service of knowledge, a service of reflection to this very particular audience, which is made of people linked very directly or indirectly to the armed forces. Armed forces were born to protect the people. But since we belong to a culture that separated people and the environment, the link was not done. Today we understand that people are not well if the environment is not well. So our main basic conclusion is that we don't even need to renew the mandate. It is part of the duties of armed forces, both in their, what I say, international and more policy amplitude roles or in the roles in maintaining public security at a more micro level to consider protecting the environment. To, how would I say, to verify these conclusions, we went through the mechanism that links environmental environmental decay to societal, economic, and security destabilization. I will not have the time to illustrate it to you also because it's becoming quite obvious, but maybe an example or a couple of examples can show you why. The fact is that the environmental crisis creates desperate people. And there is one economic sector that rescues desperate people much quicker than anyone else. Unfortunately, it's not the UNHCR, it's not the Red Cross, it's illegality. If your farm doesn't produce anything anymore, you still have to look around to give something to your children to eat. And in many situations, when we look around, we find that the first alternative employer might be someone who offers you to smuggle cocaine. Or you might look around and find that there where you live, there is an employer that pays considerable wages. $500 a month, which in the Sahel is quite considerable. And I'm not talking science fiction, I'm talking about what's happening around Lake Chad right now, where Boko Haram is not only, how would I say, an ideological or religious magnet, it's an alternative for survival. It's not by chance that if you see where the band of desertification is located around the Sahel, well, it perfectly overlaps the band of concentration of hunger, conflicts, terrorism, illegal trafficking, and the points of origins of those that we wanted to call climate migrants, which are not migrants at all. Because a migrant is someone who, at least to a certain extent, chooses freely to go somewhere else to make his life better. These are people that are simply forced to move. And it makes a huge difference, because if you're a migrant, you choose to do something, you might manage it on your own. But if you go away because you're desperate, again, it's the sector that will rescue you. It's illegality. And this is a problem. But to do that in a sound way, we also had to acquire a notion of what's happening to our environment. And we were very, very lucky because in our panel, we had a member of the IPCC and a member of IPBS, respectively, the United Nations scientific mechanism to investigate where we stand with climate change and where we stand with biodiversity. Dr. Corti, IPCC, the message is clear. Climate change is accelerating in an unprecedented way. No more doubts. It's human-induced. If we go beyond 1.5 degrees increase in the average global temperature, the scenarios are very problematic. Above all, considering that the more this average temperature increase, the more impacts increase, but not proportionally, in an exponential way. A member of the IPBS underlined that we belong to one system. Maybe the core value that is at stake with climate change is not exactly temperature, but it's biodiversity. We live because we can use biodiversity services, but climate change desynchronizes natural mechanisms. So before even making our societies more difficult to manage, it just makes the whole natural world be desynchronized and so lose its vitality. And well, of course, I apologize to the people who spoke. There is so much more that I should report, which is so interesting. But anyway, based on this overall recognition of the situation we stand, and it's very easy to describe the situation where we stand. We have 10 years, no more. If we go beyond 10 years, we kickstart feedback loops and all those things you've probably heard about. And I don't think there is much more to hope. We entered into what to do. And of course, we looked for best practices. This panel, we couldn't look for all the best practices in every possible sector, so this panel decided to focus on forest management. And we heard about very interesting plans led by the Italian Carabinieri. Colonel Papitto disclosed what they had in mind with the idea of, linked to the idea of setting up a new satellite constellation called Iride, in which Italy would play an important part, showed us the algorithms that could be used to manage and predict forest protection, considering the services it delivers, considering the various threats that range from pest control, pest attacks to a lot more humanly induced risks. His introduction was complemented by two other speeches, one by a representative from the Italian National Research Council, Dr. La Saponara, who explicited better the scientific basis, but especially underlying one aspect. We don't have time. So while we wait to develop more and more sophisticated, more and more advanced techniques, we really need to use what we have. And this is why, you know, the world is a place where we compete a lot, but it's also a place where we have so much that we can put together. She explained how something absolutely accessible like Google Earth can provide a basis for obtaining a huge amount of very concrete services. And these presentations were complemented by major, sorry, I got lost in my, well, the major will forgive me, I cannot remember his family name, who is in charge of satellite services with the Italian army, giving us a picture of the potential in developing all these instruments, also, and not only for the traditional missions that are generally given to satellite surveillance in a traditional military outlook, but also in this nexus that we underlined. Environment is not all environment, environment is security. So maybe we need to shift a little bit the focus of what we do and to integrate new instruments that will help us plan also for people welfare and security. Of course, not only Italy exists, so we also heard the multilateral international dimension. Dr. Anne Anton from FAO illustrated that the last reconnaissance organized and led by FAO of the world state of forests, two knowledge bases. One is voluntary report by states. The other one is, again, satellite data-based evaluation. And unfortunately, locally and internationally, things seem to meet. There are a lot of dangers, but also some good news. Deforestation is progressing at an alarming pace, but the rate of progression is slowing down. Maybe we're becoming a little bit wiser. And again, everything interacts with everything. There's not only climate change, there is not only biodiversity in forests. If we fill up our air with poisons, it's a direct problem for us, but it also interacts with climate change. It interacts with forest health, and this is a dimension to be taken into account. Again, from another very solid and very prestigious Italian institution called Enea, Dr. De Marco explained us how to define these interactions and how to take them into account. Finally, a really interesting, I'm in this field now for 30 years, but I was absolutely surprised by an experience that was developed by KUFA, the branch of Carabinieri that takes care of forestry, agriculture, and of the food process and of the food chain here in Italy. We were shown an open application. It's not exactly an application; it's a website that provides all sorts of, again, satellite and not only satellite-based elements to predict forest fires, but also to investigate on them, investigate the causes, not only in the perspective of putting in jail the arsonist, but also in the perspective of understanding why. What kind of legislation was behind this innovation, which I think is something that can be shared. We need to share each other's best practices, and we will go much quicker in facing this challenge that for once unites us to the cost of being a little bit pathetic. Let me just recall a film, a recent, not so recent film, called Independence Day. Classic. The aliens arrive. We have to fight against them, and suddenly we forget about all our divisions. Let us consider climate change our alien invasion. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much indeed, Ambassador, for summarizing the discussion and directions you had in the framework of panel 3. I'm a little bit concerned about some figures you mentioned. We got just 10 years. You recall that 79 conflicts are to be considered essentially to a certain extent related to climate change. I don't know by heart exactly how many conflicts we do have over the last decades, but it means that the wide majority of the conflicts around the world are to a certain extent related to the climate change. So this is dramatic, and this is also, in my understanding, the demonstration, the topic we decided to do with in this conference. So the link in between conflict and, or better to say, post-conflict, so the peacekeeping and the climate change is fundamental. So thinking about this issue, rising in awareness on this is tremendously necessary. Having said that, I give the floor again to Colonel Izzotto.
Ladies and gentlemen, this presentation concludes the first part of the plenary session. We kindly invite you, the ones in presence, to join us for a coffee near the bar. And we will meet again in half an hour. And also for the distinguished guests that are following us remotely, we will reconvene at 5 p.m. Thank you. and Cooperation in Europe, in live streaming from Vienna.
Thank you. I hope Dr. Bonabello may listen us and is already online. So let me mention some key points of the CV, the wide CV of Dr. Marco Bonabello. Is foresighted executive advisor with more than 20 years of international experience in political affairs and development management. In this moment, he is the Director for Economic and Environmental Security and Senior Advisor of the OSCE, the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, Parliamentary Assembly. Previously, he has been Senior Coordinator Advisor of the Office of the Secretary General for Combating Trafficking in Human Beings at the OSCE from 2014 to 2017. He has been Policy and Planning Officer in the Office of the Secretary General of the OSCE for 2 years. He has been Senior Coordinator for Rule of Law and Human Rights and Legal Advisor on the Organized Crime for a OSCE mission deployed to Serbia from 2007 to 2012. He's been Court Officer at the UN ICTY Tribunal in The Hague, in the Netherlands, from 2005 to 2007, and Human Rights Officer at the OSCE mission deployed to Bosnia and Herzegovina from 2003 and 2005. So he's got both a background as a key position at the OSCE International Organization, but also a wide experience in the field. Dr. Bonabello, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Paolo Sinconi, Colonnello. Thank you very much for your introduction. I hope you can all hear me and see me. It is a great pleasure, Pier Paolo and the friends from the COESPU, to be part of this conference today. I would like to thank, of course, the organizers. I had the privilege to listen to some of the discussions before. There was many interesting points raised. For me today, it's also very important to be able to represent and tell you something about the organization I have worked for many years, which is the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, which is also a good partner of COESPU. Developments, indeed, over the last few years, I would say, have showed to the vast public how economic and environmental threats undermine states and citizen security. We spoke a lot about this link, environmental security link. This is a bit at the core of the OSCE recipe when addressing security problems. And I will tell you a bit more in just a moment. As we heard, there are many challenges ranging from climate change to environmental degradation, pollution, public health issues, energy security, interconnectivity, and also on. And all these issues require international collaboration to be addressed. In this context, unfortunately, we know, though, that international collaboration right now is difficult. Although it is critical to overcome the existing confrontations and to have a very sort of pragmatic approach to some of these problems that we are facing right now. Because some of these challenges cannot really wait, as we heard from previous speakers, they cannot wait for tomorrow or for a year or for 10 years. You know, we need to start addressing them now. Unfortunately, this is not what is happening. The situation, particularly in the OSCE region, is particularly tense. The ongoing war in Ukraine has plunged global food markets into turmoil, raising food prices and severely limiting the access to food to lots of people. We're talking about billions of people, according to the latest UN numbers. But of course, this invasion of Ukraine has also rolled up the markets and geopolitics of energy. So driving oil and gas prices at all-time high prices and increasing overall market instability. And of course, creating a lot of problems in many of our countries in terms of course, of energy security, but also in terms of inflation and other similar issues. But the war in Ukraine has also an appalling impact, as any war, on the environment, of course, by producing extensive amounts of greenhouse gases and significantly polluting nearby land, air, and water, thus representing a serious health hazard. With persistent fights around nuclear power plants, we are at serious risk also of nuclear disasters. The Zaporizhzhia power plant, of which we heard so much in the news over the last weeks, months, is the largest nuclear power plant in Europe and one of the largest in the world. So it is paramount to create a safe zone around it. And we could think that any future peace operation in the region should take this as a top priority. So against this tragic background of what's happening in Ukraine, but also following a very long public health crisis, which has undermined the ability of states to react to some of these problems, and also amid, I think, very urgent climate emergency, the OSCE, so the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, is working hard to promote security and stability through sustainable, economic, and sound environmental policies. As a regional arrangement, security arrangement under Chapter 8 of the United Nations Charter, the OSCE provides a forum for political dialogue and a platform for impartial action on the ground. It comprises 57 participating states and 11 partners for cooperation. The OSCE, as I hinted to before, has a very comprehensive approach to security that addresses a wide range of security-related concerns, such as arms control, confidence security building measures, but also human rights, democratization, counterterrorism, policing strategies, and also economic and environmental activities, recognizing the close intersection between the environment and security. The OSCE aims to strengthen cooperation on environmental affairs as part of its broader agenda and efforts to prevent conflict, build confidence, and promote good neighborly relations. Working in partnership with international organizations, national governments, and parliaments and civil society actors, the OSCE tackles environmental security in many different areas, including water management, hazardous waste management, disaster risk reduction, energy security, mitigating and adapting to climate change, environmental good governance, and others. While in Vienna, where I'm speaking from right now, our office in Vienna, 57 OSCE or ambassadors of the various states represented at the OSCE regularly meet to discuss top environmental concerns and seek common multilateral solutions. Most of actually the OSCE staff and resources are deployed in our field operations in Southeastern Europe, Eastern Europe, the South Caucasus, and Central Asia. These operations have normally tailor-made mandates and assist host countries in putting their OSCE commitments into practice and fostering local capacity through concrete projects that respond to the local needs. For instance, I will give you a couple of examples. The OSCE works on the ground to raise environmental awareness, promote public participation in environmental decision-making, and facilitate access to justice in environmental matters, particularly through the work of the Aarhus centers, which were created through the Aarhus Convention. As such, the OSCE tries to provide a platform to engage citizen governments and the private sector in a dialogue on environmental matters, and many of our field operations are actively engaged in this specific aspect. Moreover, another concrete example, between 2002 and 2014, the OSCE directly helped countries such as Albania, Armenia, Georgia, Kazakhstan, Montenegro, and Ukraine to remove and to neutralize toxic rocket propellant components from their territories. In 2018, Belarus became the last country to be free of the deadly substances stored in its military arsenals. In response to a request from the local government, the OSCE assisted the country with the disposal of 684 tons of melange, Samin and TM-185. Those chemical substances were a clear threat to the environment and to the health of the public population. Similarly, the OSCE field operations in Central Asia Tajikistan, Kazakhstan, and Kyrgyzstan in particular, worked actively with local communities to promote conservation of water ecosystems and a more sustainable management of water resources in the context of various sub-regional river basins, including the Chu and Sirdarya basins, through dedicated studies, forums, and capacity buildings. We know how water, in particular water management, is critical in Central Asia, in the region, given the specific geography of the place. Currently, the OSCE is also implementing another major project aimed to identify climate change hotspots, so regions that will be particularly affected by climate change in our region, to help states better mitigate and adapt to security threats stemming from climate change. Also through education programs, building capacities of local stakeholders, and joint actions with local authorities in this field to promote adaptation and mitigation of climate change. Now, coming to the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly, which is actually the entity I'm working for, we try to help government and complement the efforts of the government that I've told you about by bringing together 323 parliamentarians from all our 57 countries together to discuss these policy challenges in this field. They discuss, of course, security policy challenges throughout the agenda of the OSCE. It's also with a big focus on human rights, which we know also very much connected to environmental affairs, but also on more traditional political military security aspects. We should, but in particular, when it comes to environmental protection, I think the role of parliamentarians that we work with and for is particularly important, and of national parliaments. It's particularly important for at least 4 reasons. First of all, because they monitor governments in the implementation of their international obligations. For instance, the Paris Agreement that we heard so much about. But they also adapt national legislation to the latest international environmental standards. They play a critical role in bringing national legislation up to date and up to the needs of our time. They also allocate resources to protect the environment and to environmental agencies. And of course, last point, they also involve the public and all environmental affairs, therefore bridging the official state institutions and the local and communities and public, more general public, in addressing and bringing them into this equation. When it comes to what we do, we try to really add value through our interparliamentary sessions. So we organize big sessions where all these parliamentarians are meeting to discuss these issues. We also adopt policy resolutions. So we try to bring different policies closer together and to find a sort of compromise and put forward some new ideas there. And also we have special committees and representatives, special representatives of the Parliamentary Assembly working in this field. For instance, a General Committee on Economic Affairs, Science, Technology and Environment has been focusing on topical security threats related to environmental degradation, pollution, public health and climate change. In 2019, for instance, we visited the Arctic region, the Svalbard Islands, up Norway to see the direct impact of climate change at those latitudes. We're now considering a possible visit to the Aral Lake region, which is a region particularly affected by water mismanagement, I would say, but also now aggravated by the climate change situation. And we also organize several, let's say, dedicated online discussions between policymakers and scientists to bring together and make sure that their decisions at national level are more informed by the latest scientific findings. Ultimately, what we try to do is to raise the engagement of policymakers. So to make sure that they're up to the challenges of modern days, they understand the difficulties and the complexities of these issues, which have very strong also technological and scientific component, and they're able to deliver some responses for the needs of the citizens. Now, looking ahead, and here I will not go much further, I will try to conclude in a few minutes. What I would say is that we have 3 main, let's say, priorities or guiding. We've identified, let's say, 3 main policy lines on which we should work as the international community of policymakers. The first is that our entire economies should go green. When I say that, I mean that we have realized that there's no real way around it. The development model that we have embraced so far works up to a certain extent. We need to update it and upgrade it. And we need to make it more sustainable, but also more fair, more solidary, and more safe for our citizens and for the planet. In this regard, we really did play quite a leading role in linking For instance, the economic recovery that it's driving now all efforts around the globe after the pandemic with the green transition and also with the digital innovation and the opportunities offered by the digital world, but also with environmental protection considerations. So we should try to promote green finance concepts, leverage on the powers and potentials of science, which traditionally help humankind to progress, but also build strategic partnership. For instance, we recently joined the United Nations Environmental Programme Mediterranean Commission on Sustainable Development so that we can bring our own contribution in the Mediterranean basin, which is particularly affected by all these problems. The second guiding principle is that protecting the environment equals protecting ourselves. By now, it is very clear that an advanced environmental agenda is also a strong public health agenda. As emerged during as an active collaboration with the Italian Society of Environmental Medicine, but also with the World Health Organization, the links between environmental protection and citizens' health are profound and increasingly obvious through loads of different research. Against this backdrop, mitigating climate change and protecting our planet should be the top priorities of the international community. In this regard, we have issued a very detailed parliamentary plea for resolute climate action, addressed to all OSCE governments, so to our 57 governments, to exhort them to better safeguard our planet's ecosystems and drastically reduce emissions of greenhouse gases. Of course, the goal is to reduce or limit the increase in average, temperatures around the globe. But ultimately, we realize that success rests in updating our energy policies. Therefore, what we believe is transition is urgent and no longer delayed. Since over 70% of all human-caused greenhouse gases emissions stem from the energy sector, it is by greening this sector that we will try and we should be successful in saving our own species. We urgently need to boost energy efficiency and profoundly reconsider the way we produce and consume energy. This entails not only an economic revolution, but also what I think is a cultural revolution. While each state has the right, of course, to choose its own energy mix, we've seen how things have been evolving over the last month, given the energy crisis, the climate crisis and the war in Ukraine, they are also urging our governments to embrace a transition that should be cornered around renewable sources of energy, thus helping our countries to reach greater independence in this field, which is also a critical aspect in ensuring security. With this in mind, we held a specific dialogue online with scientists and parliamentarians on the clean energy revolution and their implications, which are profound in the region, including the socioeconomic and cultural implications, and also consider the latest technological developments in this field. We should not lose this momentum to positively change the way we live. We think this is an incredible moment, an incredible opportunity that we're facing. There's a lot of challenges, but there's also, as we're seen by the policies adopted by many governments in our region, there's also a lot of extra need and extra boost and incentives to push forward a revolution that brings more clean energy and safer environment to all our citizens. Lastly, very important to note, the recent decision of the General Assembly of the United Nations to recognize as a human right the right to a safe and healthy environment. I think this is a very important development, something that will become more and more prominent in our work, and it should be a cornerstone of the activities we will do in the field in this context as the OSCE. So thank you very much for your time. Thanks again for this opportunity, and good luck for your future deliberations. Thank you, Paolo. I yield back the floor to you. So thank you very much for your time. Thanks again for this opportunity, and good luck for your future deliberations. Thank you, Paolo. I yield back the floor to you.
Thank you, Marco, so much. OSCE is, from the territorial point of view, the largest regional organization, essentially involving really a huge amount of countries. And you mentioned in talking about the OSCE approach to environmental management, you also recalled
Chapter 8 of the UN Charter that is assigning to all the regional organizations, so ranging from African Union to European Union, NATO, a role to be played along with the United Nations when it comes to also this issue. So thank you so much. Only worrisome recall to Zaporizhzhia power plant. We do hope we will not have to face such a potential risk in the future, but this is the reality. So recalling that we could be requested in a short term to act and react also with NBCR, I mean nuclear assets to deploy capabilities. If it is sure that at the national level, to contributing countries got capacity in this regard, I don't know if the international organizations are already equipped on this. So thank you so much indeed.
So it's a great pleasure for us to let the floor to Colonel Augustin Syrian, Head of the Infrastructure and Environmental Branch of NATO SHAPE.
Thank you. Let me recall when it comes to the CV of Colonel Augustin Syrian, that is a military engineering professional with over 2 decades of multinational military experience. Prior to joining SHAPE, Colonel Syrian was a branch head for occupational health and safety and environmental protection at the Control and Inspection Corps of the Ministry of the National Defense, where he led the efforts to enhance these domains in the Ministry of the National Defense. Colonel Syrian joined the Romanian Armed Forces in 1985 after graduating at the Military Engineering Academy in Râmnicu, Valcea, with a BA in construction machinery. He served in the Romanian Armed Forces in a variety of leadership and subject matter expert positions, from battalion level to Romanian Land Force headquarters. In 2008, he completed a 7-month tour of duty in Iraq as Chief of Operation inside the Multinational Division Southeast. He served as subject matter expert and program manager for the endowment at the Romanian Land Forces headquarters, and in particular with the acquisition program coordinator. He's been head of development department at EUD Center of Excellence. He has had many experiences abroad, serving really in a huge variety of settings related essentially the environmental protection and also in cooperation with the Romanian Ministry of the Environment. His current portfolio in NATO as branch head for infrastructure and environment in the engineering division at SHAPE Strategic Enablement Directorate covers the full spectrum of engineering functions, from planning, developing and implementing the infrastructure requirements for capability development and infrastructure management policy, as well as for the environmental management, energy security, and climate change. He has been awarded for many missions abroad with a variety of medals. So thank you so much indeed for joining us, Colonel. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Colonel. That was longer than I expected. Your Excellency, esteemed professors, distinguished colleagues, please allow me first to thank our host, Brigadier General Barbano, for the invitation to this already successful conference. So, which one is that? Up. Okay, thank you. As I was saying, during the day, I noticed that not only for the panel number 1, after our distinguished guests presented the outcomes of the working panels, but the general idea is that a holistic approach is needed, and there are a lot of links between environmental protection, climate change, and energy security, and last but not least, infrastructure. Without further ado, we move on to my presentation here, which will show aspects regarding environmental protection and environmental management system in NATO. This is my agenda. regarding outline, I'll present aspects from the policies and standards. I put this information here because for us it's very important to understand that environmental protection is an area of expertise under military engineering. This has been identified because there are a lot of discussions, regarding environmental protection being a standalone discipline. Along with the ACT, has been decided that it will stay under the military engineering. Moving on, the MC policy for environmental protection number 469 principles and policies for environmental protection. It was approved in 2003. The most recent revision was approved in 2011. The MC is to establish environmental protection principles and policies in support of all military activities. It defines the responsibilities of NATO commanders as well as those commanders of NATO and non-NATO to contributing nations. This is another area of state review. What the Commissioner expects in Para 7 is that operational imperatives have priority. Two contributing nations in order to military activities, as which regards of MC 516, compliance to the policy is mandatory, not voluntary. Specifically, strategic commands are mandated to integrate MC 469 into missions encouraged to adapt their according to Para 9. MC 469 is under review in these days, and MC is only, the term MC is only 4 pages of text in a 7 pages document. Here are some of the key principles and policies from MC 469. In Para 8, NATO is mentioned, NATO must respect host nation environmental laws. However, international standards are more stringent, and I'm talking not only about NATO operations, it's about NATO activities, like big exercises. So if the host nation standards are more stringent than the host nation where the activities are going on, then we should apply those that are far less practicable. If no host nation standards exist, then the participating nation must agree to a standard during the planning process. I've been part of a lot of activities which are big exercises and sometimes operations. And I noticed that aspects regarding environmental protection are not only or left aside or sometimes not even mentioned in those planning documents, which started to change with the big exercise that took place in Hungary called Capable Legislation in 2013. Okay. It's not moving. Okay, I'll move on. Best practices must be employed according to Paras 8, letter A and B. Best practices must be employed as far as they are feasible. This implies that they must also be shared, like lessons learned, lessons observed, lessons identified. Several of other principles in MC have in fact been lessons observed by environmental protection staff in ISAF missions. I want to mention here that my team did a tremendous job handing over all the NATO bases in Afghanistan to government authorities a few weeks before the Taliban took over. Okay. Should we wait? It's working? Okay. Next. Oh. Okay, regarding NATO commanders, they have specific responsibility. Here are some key responsibilities and authorities. Commanders are authorized to establish environmental protection procedures and standards, ensuring integration of any host nation standards and to direct compliance to them. Thank you. In fact, commanders are responsible to issue environmental protection directives. Thank you. Here we rely on the bureaus for advice. Here I have a lot of technical issues since the beginning. I barely been able to put the presentation in the system here, so no wonder. Okay, so commanders are authorized to require two contributing nations to report on the environmental status of their camps. He will use the HQ Environmental Protection Officer and Environmental Coordination reports to monitor this. Remember that nations bear infinite responsibility for the actions of their troops, so each contributing nation. Commanders must consider environmental issues yearly in their planning, including impacts mitigation measures and environmentally sensitive areas, and must ensure right participation in the planning process. Okay. This is the right slide. Finally, he must have access to environmental expertise. Again, engineers will be allowed upon to provide that expertise, at least to know where to get it. A few responsibilities from the sending nations. Sending nations also have specific environmental protection responsibilities as stated in Para 8, letter D. Sending nations are highly recommended to provide, or should provide, appropriate environmental protection education and training to their own forces. I will emphasize the point again that providing feedback through lessons learned, for example, to working groups, through centers of excellence, or other NATO bodies like NATO Standardization Office, is vital to ensuring that training stays relevant. Sending nations shall comply with the designed NATO Commander's Directive for Environmental Protection, as stated in Part Letter D.2. It's a matter of statements. Nations comply with the Commander's Directive regardless of the subject matter. We move on to Age of 4 Environmental Protection Doctrine. Even though it states doctrine in the title, 2010 by the nations and by the Allied Joint Operations Doctrine Working Group, we stated that it does not meet NATO doctrinal protocol, so it is a standardization document. It has been considered as a standardization document. However, the same Allied Joint Operations Doctrine Working Group confirmed that it is a sound document that needs to be emphatically referenced in relevant applications, starting with level 1 AJPs, such as AJP1, AJP4, etc. Delegation is defined as the formal act by NATO Standardization Office of publishing a NATO standardization document. In the case of AJPs, delegation criteria was set at 14 nations ratifying, which back then was more than 50%. Ratification is a member nations acceptance with or without reservations or its content. Ratification is not as binding as MC policy, since nations may choose not to implement or to implement it with specific reservations. However, nations can be held accountable within their terms of ratification. The purpose of AJPP4 is to provide environmental doctrine for NATO-led military activities and to provide environmental planning guidance. AJ4 is only 12 pages of actual texts in a 30 pages document, therefore not onerous to read. Regarding environmental planning, by the consideration of potential environmental impacts, commanders will become aware of the environmental effects of mission accomplishments while options still exist. It allows an informed decision to be made that takes into account the full consequences of proposed actions. To support the commander in incorporating environmental issues in the planning process, Chapter 2 of AJPP4 lists many of the potential environmental impacts to consider. Some of the items listed include aspects of operational activities that could have an environmental impact, such as fuel handling, characteristics of the environment that could be impacted, such as natural resources, and last but not least, potential impacts such as water pollution. An environmental baseline study is vital when a nation initially moves into a piece of territory in order to know the existing environmental conditions, both from first health protection and a future liability point of view. An environmental closeout study should also be conducted at the end of an operation or upon handover a piece of territory. There are environmental based studies throughout the presentations. And then commanders can plan efficiently and act accordingly to their understanding of environmental laws and regulations, be the international host nation to contributing nations or NATO. Finally, different national standards must also be considered. The GPPs with consistent standardization, the procedures and standards, as well the use of NATO-agreed terminology. Environmental risk assessment and management will be presented on this slide. Also described in AJPP form, informing the key elements of effective risk management framework, which are essentially plan, do, check, act. Also ties into AJP, which will be covered a bit later. Governmental Commander's policy, which will provide clear direction and guidance given as early as possible. Environmental planning, as discussed previously. Effective early planning will identify key risks and mitigation and control measures. Implementation, which is the do part. Commander assign clear roles and responsibilities, and all personnel are trained and aware for checking and correcting, monitoring, doing inspections, reviews, seeking continual improvement. NATO Commander's environmental responsibilities. In Chapter 4, the AJPP4 assigns environmental responsibilities to every NATO commander. The previous two chapters speaks to his planning and risk management responsibility. The NATO commander, which sounds like the NATO commander should first and foremost provide the leadership, direction, and guidance required to effectively conduct environmental protection. Successful environmental protection depends on the commanders being consider environmental impacts in decision making, ensure compliance with environmental laws and agreements as far as within the confines of mission accomplishment, enhance relationships with neighboring communities by addressing environmental issues, since effective environmental protection contributes to operational success. He must ensure stewardly use of the resources under his or her control. He must integrate pollution prevention into all military activities through the promotion of reuse and recycling materials and process substitution, improvement of operating efficiency, and training. Provision of okay, I think I moved a little bit forward.
If we can come to an end.
Yeah. Okay. Lessons observed during ISAF and the present Operation Resolute Support have highlighted that has been ended in last year, in 2021, highlighted the weakness in standardization approach to documenting environmental protection during operations. A few words regarding the role of Environmental Protection Working Group. Initiates and develops standards, doctrines, procedures, and practices taking into account military responsibility for the environment, has 3 panels. You can see them on the slide. Provide an information exchange for best practices and a forum for national representatives. A Center of Excellence are now under development, and I'm talking about especially the Energy Security Center of Excellence, which we have an undergoing concept right now of operational energy. They were built to improve the interoperability, enhance the education of awareness for mentioned domains. As a requirements authority, we are also responsible for the courses that are delivered for environmental protection. For the moment, there are 2. First one at the tactical level is called NATO Knowledge Environmental Protection Practices and Procedures, and the other one, Environmental Management for Military Forces, which addresses the operational level. And that should conclude my presentation. Thank you for your attention. If you have questions.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Colonel, for sharing the policies and principles and planning guidance for environmental protection of NATO. Actually, here in the doctrinal hub of Vicenza, it's in particular the NATO Stability Policy Center of Excellence that is following all the doctrinal development of NATO. But I think it's very interesting for everyone belonging to other organizations to have a better understanding of what are the doctrinal cornerstone of your organization. And thank you also for recalling the various Center of Excellence. There is indeed in Canada, I guess, one NATO Center of Excellence that is going to be established, if I'm correct. Accredited. Thank you. Thank you, Colonel. So this means that also for NATO, essentially this issue is really becoming at the heart or the top of the list. Yes, sure. Here, because otherwise they cannot hear you.
I will quickly introduce myself only for those online. I'm the NATO Stability Policy Center of Excellence Director. Just to add on what it was said, the NATO strategic concept issued on the 29th of June 2022 mentions climate change and security 10 times. In the previous concept, it was only once in 2010, and introduces, among other items, also environmental protection. Once is mentioned, but is enough. And for the NATO stability policing perspective, which is in a nutshell, is bringing the police dimension into military operation, this is crucial because we can intercept all the spoils of the peace process, which somehow jeopardize the peace process itself, also by financing terrorism, organized crime, and all the illicit venues, or I mean revenues, my apologies, that can fuel this organization, and by the same token are to be brought to the justice by means of law enforcement, which is something which we brag about in the NATO Stability Policy Center of Excellence. Thank you for your attention. Sorry to interrupt.
Mr. Hassan Nyambe.
Sorry, maybe we can
Thank Colonel Syrian Agustin with a little gift from COESPO, from Colonel from COESPO. Thank you. So, Mr. Hassan Nyambe. To be connected with you, and we really thank you for your ability to be part in this conference.
Thank you. I hope, Mr. Harsen, you can hear us well. Mr. Nyambe is the Director of Sustainable Environment and Blue Economy at the African Union Commission. Prior to that, he served as the head of division responsible for environment, climate change, water, biodiversity, disaster risk reduction, forestry, land management, meteorology, and wildlife. He has 25 years of professional experience, of which 16 years of his career has been in international organizations. Before joining the African Union Commission, he served the Southern African Development Community, SADC, as a senior program manager responsible for natural resources, and the Commonwealth Secretariat as head of climate change. Mr. Nyambe has also worked for the government of the Republic of Namibia as a deputy director in the Ministry of the Environment and Tourism and in the Ministry of Agriculture, Water and Forestry. Furthermore, he is also once the head of the National Remote Sensing Center of Namibia. And prior to that, he was a lecturer for environment impact assessment and ecology at the University of Namibia. His passion lies in fostering sustainable natural resources management and building resilience to environmental shocks. So thank you very much indeed for joining us. Please, Mr. Nyambe, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator, Your Excellencies, and all protocol observed. It's actually a privilege for us to be accorded this opportunity to be able to contribute or at least share some insights with regard to the session that you are having today. And right from the start, I have to highlight the fact that the population of Africa is actually rising, and at the moment is estimated at 1.3 billion people, and the majority of which are mainly the youth and women, and that by itself presents opportunities for our development, provided that they are actually given the right education as well as economic opportunities. And I should also highlight the fact that we have got what we call Agenda 2063, which is the strategic document for the development of the continent. And one of the goals in that strategy, goal number 7, actually is about environmentally sustainable and climate resilient economies and communities in Africa. So basically we prioritize environment because we know that without it, our economies and our communities will actually suffer. Unfortunately, all forms of environmental degradation that we highlighted today, they also find place or application within the continent. And in addition to that, the environmental challenges that we experience in the continent tend to be linked to some of the conflicts that we are actually experiencing at the same time. Especially at local communities, you find that there are always conflicts related to water resources as well as grazing resources, because they tend to be shrinking as a result of climate change. And it will be important also to highlight the fact that some of these conflicts in Africa or wars, they are actually not a situation of our own creation, because some of them are actually a result of global struggles for resources, and we tend to be victims. But I mean, that's a topic of another day. And looking at both these conflicts and environmental degradation related issues, they tend actually to hamper our development, more so because as a continent, we lack basic necessities. For example, it's estimated that about 400 million people do not have access to clean water or clean drinking water. And in addition to that, about 700 million have no access to good sanitation. And those are challenges that we actually need to address, despite the conflicts that we are experiencing, as well as the environmental challenges. And it's also estimated that about 54% of the population do not have access to electricity, and about 800 million people do not have access to clean cooking means, which means they are also exposed to black carbon, and obviously their lungs are actually at risk. And even more serious than that, 30% of the children are classified as stunted, and an estimated 346 million people are undernourished and facing severe food insecurity. Now the question is, what are we doing about these challenges? Are we just sitting and waiting to die, or are we taking measures to be able to save ourselves? And to answer that, I would start by saying that Africa is actually investing about 5% of its GDP in climate change adaptation. And I think that's a big investment, especially given that our contribution in terms of emissions is actually considered to be less than 4%. In addition to that, we are putting in place frameworks as well as programs to be able to address most of the challenges that I have highlighted. And it should also be noted that most of our farmers are actually small-scale farmers or smallholder farmers. And these are people who do not have access to credit, and they cannot afford, of course, issues of investing in irrigation. And unfortunately, they have to compete with the parts of the world where subsidies are provided, and this obviously brings issues of unfair competition, and subsidies, some of them, of course, they also affect the environment. But in terms of agriculture, we have got what is called the Comprehensive Africa Agriculture Development Program, which is briefly known as CADIP, and that is actually intended to boost agricultural productivity within the continent, and it has also a component of building resilience for the sector. And in addition to that, my colleague may have mentioned about climate change and resilient development strategy. This is the latest framework that we have, and the first of its kind in terms of addressing issues of climate change in Africa. And it's actually aimed at making sure that we channel the investments into low carbon development. But in addition to that, we also, of course, make sure that we adapt to the changing climate. Because of the heavy impacts of climate change, we have also established what is called the multi-hazard early warning system and early action, because we have realized that disasters are actually increasing in terms of intensity and frequency on the continent. And that is actually aimed at making sure that we are able at least to provide some form of alert to our population regarding some of the risks or looming disasters. We have also actually made progress in understanding the fact that when the environment is damaged, our people are also affected severely, especially that they depend to a large extent on the environment. especially during drought years or when there are disasters such as floods. And they depend on the environment, not only in terms of income generation, but as well as food, medicinal plants, as well as feeds for their livestock. So basically, they are heavily dependent on the environment. Therefore, we understand the fact that managing the environment safeguards lives, because these people, they depend on the environment, and by safeguarding the environment, we cushion basically their livelihoods. Unfortunately, we are also experiencing a commercialization of some of the resources, such as timber, and that obviously creates a high demand, for illegal exploited, resources such as timber. And of course, some of those, they leave the continent, but the fact is that the illegal exploitation takes place on the continent. And that's actually of serious concern to us as policymakers. And it's for that reason that we have actually adopted the African strategy to combat illegal exploitation and illegal trade of wild fauna and flora of 2015. But in addition to that, we have also adopted another framework which is related to that, which is the Sustainable Forest Management Framework, in response to some of these threats. But we have also, as a continent, championed the art of partnership between governments and local communities in the management of natural resources, especially wildlife, so that they can also benefit, and as long as they benefit, they tend to be good stewards of some of those resources. And the threat to some of these resources are not only confined to the terrestrial, should I say, sphere, but they are also occurring within our marine as well as freshwater resources, with issues of IUU fishing, issues of pollution, especially plastics and so forth. And all those are actually also threatening the aquatic systems. And for that reason, we have put in place the Africa Blue Economy Strategy to be able to make sure that our aquatic environment is sustainably managed. And you'll also note that COVID-19 had actually affected the whole world, but it also came with some of the environmental issues, such as waste generation, as well as the rising demand for water and so forth. And as a result, we had to respond to that and also put in place the AU Green Recovery Action Plan that is aimed at enabling the continent to recover better and greener, as based on the principle of sustainability. And in conclusion, I should also quickly point out the fact that we are also working on improving air quality on the continent, and making sure that we also develop a framework for circular economy. So basically, all these frameworks as well as programs could not be possible had it not been to the support of various partners, including EU, Sweden, Norway, Italy, UK, UNDP, FAO, and several other partners. So basically, that would be the presentation that we wanted just to highlight. I submit. Thank you very much. UK, UNDP, FAO, and several other partners. So basically, that would be the presentation that we wanted just to highlight. I submit. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Nyambe, for your insight, for sharing with the audience the ambitious Agenda 2063 of the African Union that put the environmental management at the top of the priorities, and your reference to the African Union strategy. Thank you for recalling us what are the current challenges in your continent. We are talking about the clean water, sanitization, the electricity access, and the clean cooking access. So really fundamental human right, I would say, of every human being that must be addressed. And your engagement is tremendously high, because 5% of the GDP invested for this is very, very high sum, in particular when a budget has got certain constraints. So you really drive us back to the reality and to the heart of the problem. And the African Union, every regional organization is important, as a key role to be played in the relevant part of the world. But when it comes to the African Union, really, we have to admit that probably that area is the one more affected by the phenomenon, such as the phenomenon of the illicit waste trafficking, or is, in general terms, one of the most affected continent of the world when we talk about the protection of the environment on one side. And when we talk about the specific topic that we are dealing with in the framework of this conference, so the link in between the environmental management and the peace operation, it's worth recalling that the large majority of the conflicts today are in the African continent, the large majority of the peacekeeping operations are in the African continent, the large majority of the peacekeepers deployed in the African continent are African. So really, it's important to consider very much this stance that you have and what you have shared with us. So thank you one more time, sir, for joining us and sharing the stance of the African Union Commission on this topic.
So it's a great pleasure to welcome the representative for European Union, Ms. Johanna Lauritsen, Environmental Protection Advisor for the European External Action Service.
Ms. Johanna Lauritsen has a long background from the Swedish National Police, working in analytical and managerial roles on threats to national security and to the democratic systems. Besides traditional security threats, she has over the years followed and specialized in the environmental and climate issues, which eventually led her to run a role as environmental coordinator at the CPCC, the Civilian Planning and Conduct Capability of the European External Action Service. So really a key actor when it comes to environmental management and peacekeeping mission, or as you say, crisis management operation. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Just to begin, I can explain that CPCC, where I'm actually working, can be described as a kind of operational headquarters for the civilian CSDP missions that the EU is having in 10 countries for the time being, and we have 10 countries but 11 missions. That's what we have. And in my role, I support and facilitate the integration of environmental and climate issues in these missions, together with a few environmental advisors that we have until today. And in my presentation today, I will focus on where we stand currently and how we try to walk from policy to practice. So it will be a bit more hands-on focus here. And but just to mention a little bit on the background first, is that the EU, which you probably know everyone in here, has long acknowledged the interlinkages between climate change and security. Already in 2003, the European Security Strategy pointed out that global warming will enhance the competition for natural resources such as water, and that could add additional turbulence in various regions. So we have been saying that for many years, and in many policy documents, the EU has defined and described environmental degradation as a potential threat multiplier that can exacerbate the situation in already vulnerable contexts. Having said that, it was not until 2020, 2 years ago, that the Climate Change and Defence Roadmap defined a number of actions that would link climate change and security within the CSDP context where I'm working. And this Climate Change and Defence Roadmap is addressing both the military and civilian side. But as I mentioned, I work only on the civilian side, but I cooperate with my military colleague, obviously. We sit in the same building. And in this roadmap, it was mentioned before by my French colleague in the morning, and some of you might have read it, but the roadmap defines goals for the operational level, capability development, and also global cooperation and partnerships. And the goals are both short-term, medium-term, and long-term. And this year, there is a progress report coming out on how we are doing on this roadmap. Yeah, and as already mentioned, I work on the operational side, so that's what I will focus on. And in the climate change and defense roadmap, it was decided that we need to have operational guidelines and standard operating procedures for environment and climate. That was a short-term action. And those guidelines should include environmental footprint, duty of care, training, and awareness raising. And we have spent the first half of this year, from January to mid-July, I would say, writing these operational guidelines. It has been me in cooperation with the environmental advisors in the field, so we have been like a core group in this work. We have also involved so-called focal points that we have in all missions to really get the buy-in and to get everyone's views on board for this work. And I will come back to these guidelines in a minute. Also worth to mention is like a medium-term goal in this roadmap. Medium term is defined as 2022 to 2024. The action proposes to include an environmental advisor as a standard position in all CSDP missions. And to say something about where we stand today on the environmental advisors, we have advisors in EUCAP Mali. It's one in each mission, which I mentioned. EUCAP Somalia, we have a visiting expert as we speak in Niger. She will be there for 4 months. We also have a senior advisor on environmental crime in EUPOL COPS in Palestine. And until beginning of August 2022, we had an environmental advisor in CAR, but that position was withdrawn due to budgetary constraints. So we are all in the hands, always in the hands of the member states. They discuss this on the EU level, and changes might be a result of this. Also worth mentioning is that the EU launched the strategic compass for the security issues this year, and the strategic compass stipulates that all missions need to have this environmental advisor by 2025, and that's also the year when we need to report on the environmental footprint by the latest. So going back to those guidelines I mentioned, I will say a bit on their content, because that's where we are, what we are working on right now. So they entail footprint reporting, duty of care, training, situational awareness, which is like the climate security nexus, and also we added environmental crime because that's an area that it's naturally in the security sector, and that starts to interest more missions and actors. And for the environmental footprint reporting, we are developing that work as we speak. We have some pilot reporting. Now we are doing a bottom-up approach for the time being. So we are trying to do some pilot reporting in CAR, Somalia, and Mali. And we look at the carbon footprint, energy use in vehicles and premises, water use and wastewater, waste, and the use of material resources, and also a description on the effects on biodiversity in the mission area. Yeah, to relate to your presentation, Elizabeth, not your presentation, but your comment earlier today, you said in the beginning in the UN that you had more qualitative descriptions, but now you have a lot more quantitative data in your environmental footprint reporting. And I think we will experience exactly the same because in our pilot work, I get the signals from the environmental advisors that it will be more qualitative now in the first round, and then we will try to improve as we go. And it should also be said that it's not only a bottom-up approach, because obviously we are trying to do a lot on the European or Brussels level as well. And one of those things is for me to reach out in this network in the big organization where I'm placed. And for the moment, I'm collaborating with another environmental coordinator who is working with the EU delegations and who started to do footprint reporting for them. And she's also working with the headquarters, which I think is really important because it's easy to talk about the missions and what they should do, but we also need to look at ourselves, I believe. And yeah, so we might also develop a software that would facilitate this kind of reporting. Yeah, and in relation to the duty of care aspect, I have to say that's probably the one of the areas that we have worked the least until now. But environmental advisors might at occasion be asked to check air quality, water quality, climate conditions and noise pollutions when the medical staff needs support in this area. And also obviously it's important to check water quality if we want to get rid of the use of water bottles, etc. But for the time being, we only have equipment in my locker in the Brussels office, so we had a lot of problems to get that equipment to car earlier this year, but we managed in the end. So that's something that needs to be scaled up. In relation to training and awareness raising, inside the missions, that's a role of the environmental advisor to train the mission staff on areas that are needed. But we also have a network, which is really important since we try to work in a lot of different areas. No one can be an expert in all these areas that we try to cover. So we have a network, as I mentioned before, with environmental advisors in the missions. We also have environmental focal points in those missions that don't have an environmental advisor yet. So in those, in that network, I organize seminars in accordance with what is asked for by the missions. So earlier this year, we had a seminar on sustainable public procurement. Now there is an increasing desire to have a seminar on environmental crime, so I'm trying to organize that. And we will also have one on analysis of climate security related risks. So that's how we try to work. And also at the Brussels level, we are currently trying to create modules that will be incorporated in the pre-deployment training, because today we don't have any environment and climate module in the CSDP pre-deployment training. But that should be done later this autumn. Yes, so those three areas that I just spoke about are internal work in the missions. And then we have the external aspects as well. And one is the situational awareness, as I mentioned, an analysis of the climate security nexus, where we try to map and analyze environment-related threats. And this is not being done by the environmental advisor only, because this is done in collaboration with the analysts in the missions and sometimes other people. So we map threats, vulnerabilities, and adaptive capacity in the country of operation, and that is to inform and enhance awareness on these topics in the mission, but also to define potential entry points for the mission to work in this area together with the host nation. And so one such area, which is last subject area that I will speak about is obviously the environmental crime. And like I said, it's an area of increasing interest. In our guidelines, we have guidance on how to conduct a mapping and needs analysis that is necessary prior to any capacity building. And when I speak about capacity building in this field, there is soon a mini concept coming out, what that could entail, a mini concept being written by some colleagues of mine at more of a policy level in Brussels, but it could entail, for instance, giving strategic advice to the host nation on drafting a national policy on environmental crime, for instance, or it could also be training police officers to investigate environmental crimes. And as I mentioned, we already work in this field in EUPOL COP in Palestine. Yes. I think just to sum up, I will reflect a little bit on the work ahead. So when you start to work on these environmental and climate issues, you realize it's, well, I knew this before, but it becomes very clear that it goes into all areas, and everyone working under different hats should really have a little bit of environment and climate or sustainable development knowledge. But we're not there yet, so we need to integrate environmental aspects in key areas and documents, meaning that we need to have sustainable public procurement in the procurement documents. We need to have sustainability criteria in the real estate documents. We need to incorporate environment and climate issues in the regular reporting from the missions. So it's a lot of work to do if you want to mainstream and integrate this in all relevant areas. Like I said, the work ahead will involve a lot of focus on the environmental footprint reporting, but we still have a couple of years until that needs to be up and running completely. Another issue is finance. The CSDP missions are currently set to save a lot of money. So sometimes it can be a bit sensitive to talk about investments, such as solar panels, etc. But on the other hand, you can save a lot of money through some of these investments. So that would, we would need to define that in the discussions with the member states. And also another thing that we have found is that flexibility is really important. All the missions are different from each other, and it's not like we are going to our host states and set up camps from which we run our operations. Most often we rent offices in already existing buildings and stuff. So it will be different in different countries. So the flexibility aspect is key. Another key area is obviously a rapid deployment of environmental advisors to all missions. But there is a lot of energy in this working field, and it's really interesting and fun to work in this area. But finally, I need to say we are always in the hands of the member states. We cannot do anything that the member states don't support or back up. Yeah, I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much indeed, Ms. Lauritsen, for your insight when it comes to the European Union approach to this topic here in the Stability Policing Hub of Vicenza. There is a sort of lead maybe of the Gen4 permanent headquarters when it comes to the study and the development, the doctrine for the European Union. Obviously, we are also involved as everyone else, but I mean, EGF is particularly interested in the good understanding of all the dynamics, the update on the doctrinal aspects related to all the topics, including obviously the environmental management. And EGF personnel obviously is here with us for the conference today. I will recall that actually We mentioned financing. We should recall that in terms of financing, I guess the European Union is the first donor when it comes to financing. Then there are important states, US and so on, but as an international organization, I think up to my knowledge that the EU is the first donor. Thank you for recalling the importance of the CSDP civilian mission, the 11th CSDP crisis management operation deployed in particular in Africa, but not only in Asia, and the military operation with more than 5,000 peacekeepers deployed over there. The European Union is one of the organizations that decided to change the structure 1 year ago and to put as mandatory position in every CSDP mission an environmental advisor. So this is not shared with other organizations. So as a key position necessarily present, as you have the Liga and Poland, you got environmental advisor. This is something I consider very, very much interesting and some food for thoughts also for other organizations or for member states interested in these topics. When it comes to mission, we have also the colleagues from Georgia and Mali following us today remotely. So I think they've been inspired by your presentation. Last consideration, you mentioned the advisor. The advisor. It's in general terms, it's very difficult to find out strategic advisor for the missions. The recruiting process of a highly specialized strategic advisor is tremendously difficult because a good policy officer, for instance, high-ranking policy officer, is not necessarily a good strategic advisor to the Minister of Interior and Minister of Defense. And when it comes to entering to a very specialized field like environmental protection, or could be cultural heritage protection, could be another very specific specialized field, it becomes, I guess, even more difficult to recruit because we are talking about a person that with such a CV, such a professional background, probably has got many working opportunities and could find out positions that are well paid also without being deployed in a very challenging environment in the field. So thank you so much indeed. And with this consideration, I ask kindly invite the Dean to hand over.
So from the Office of Climate Change, Biodiversity and Environmental Food and Agriculture Organization of UN, Mr. Lev Neretin, Senior Natural Resource Officer, is connected with us in live streaming.
Good afternoon.
UNP. Hello, can you hear us?
Only now, yes. Yes, I think I can.
Yeah. He's the Global Environmental Facility and UNDP for the Northwest Pacific Action.
Only now, yes. Yes.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, there are some 3-4 seconds delay in between when we talk and the moment in which you listen us. I think this is something to share with Professor Pugliafito in order to analyze how we can improve our IT system and ameliorate shortening the gap. So he's been served as UNEP GEF task manager for the Russian Federation and the Central Asia region, and UNDP biodiversity expert working on the transboundary water and pollution issues, the Arctic and marine biodiversity conservation. He has research positions at the Max Planck Institute for Marine Microbiology and the Federal Institute for Geosciences and Natural Resources in Germany from 1997 to 2004. Mr. Neretin, National Russian Federation and of Germany, has a PhD in Oceanography from the Russian Academy of Sciences and a Master of Arts in International Affairs University. So thank you so much indeed once more, Mr. Neretin, for being with us, and the floor is yours after 7 seconds.
Thank you very much for introduction, Excellencies and distinguished participants. It's really an honor and pleasure to be with you here. First of all, I would like to thank organizers of this important forum. It's really, I already learned a lot in the last few hours when I joined you. So it's really a pleasure to speak to you today about the work of FAO, Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations. Let me share my presentation. I hope you can hear me. Okay, so to start my introduction, I would like to bring us a little bit back to the 1943 when the FAO was conceived, so to say, or established, and when the founders of this organization, even before the UN was established, clearly indicated that Food and Agriculture Organization should play a vital role in the quest for peace. So from day one, and I think this did not change, a lot has changed in our lives since that, but this link between a right to food and right to peace continues to be one of the major, let's say, major lines of our work at FAO. Unfortunately, it would be difficult to speak about the whole range of activities of our organization in any particular context and countries. So I think I would like to present you more a framework of how FAO approach specifically nexus between humanitarian action, development, and peace. And obviously with a labor force of over 11,000 employees, more than 190 members plus European Union, you could imagine that this contexts are very different. If we take a step back a little bit and recognize that agri-food systems are the world's largest economic systems, which is measured in terms of employment, livelihood numbers, and also planetary impact. Also, we are aware that about half of the global GDP is moderately or highly dependent on natural resources. And obviously for agriculture, which is on the receiving end and on the giving end, so to say, on the natural resources, these numbers are particularly critical. If you look at a global risk report published by World Economic Forum, you would notice that the major risks over the next decade are mostly environmental one, and obviously all of them are directly related to agri-food systems and food and agriculture sector. From the beginning, I would like to mention to you the emerging area of research, but also practice, that increasingly shows the very close connection between gender inequality, state fragility, and climate vulnerability. Countries which are scoring on high on one of those in one of those drivers, also scoring high on the others. So I think during my presentation I will mention the interplay between inequality, conflict, and agri-food systems. So in principle, as many of the speakers mentioned, and this is not a coincidence, that currently we're facing a perfect storm of food crisis. At the same time, when we are facing crisis of climate change, sixth wave of mass extinction of biological species, and also a global crisis of environmental degradation, which literally amplify the existing vulnerabilities of the global food systems. A little bit statistics. Since 2017, the global trend in hunger was reversed again after a few years of more or less constant numbers. And in 2021, over 820 million people were affected by hunger. Since the pandemic, which had enormous impact on the agricultural sector, more than 150 million people were added to this, which represent almost 8%, 10% of the global population. Repeatedly in our global reports on food security and nutrition, we are referring to the three major drivers of food insecurity and malnutrition, which is conflict and insecurity, climate change, including weather extremes, and obviously economic hardship. Connection between food insecurity, internal displacement, and conflict, as I mentioned, is very close. And as this graph shows, that conflict and insecurity remain the most important driver for acute food insecurity. Over 193 million people in 53 countries in 2021 were impacted simultaneously by conflict and were in worse category of hunger. Also, the warring trends, even in the scope of the last 3 years, that the number of people in crisis and war situations in countries with conflict and insecurity was the main driver, increased by staggering 88%. I think a lot at this meeting has been mentioned about climate change. I would say certainly climate change acts as a risk multiplier across food systems, and we are speaking about climate variability and longer-term trends, but also we are speaking about seasonality and weather extremes such as floods and droughts, and all of them impact millions of people worldwide. Humanitarian development and peace nexus, why it is important for food security. The challenge we are facing in humanitarian community, but also in the development community, that we need to address the increased number of protected crises. We need to support affected population while respond immediately to those needs. We also have to build a longer-term resilience and longer-term development prospects for those affected populations. Therefore, combining short-term response and longer-term preparedness and resilience is a fundamental challenge in the UN system and certainly beyond. Humanitarian development and peace nexus, in simple words, means prioritizing prevention, mediation and peace building, investing in development whenever possible, while ensuring immediate humanitarian needs are met in every particular country and specific context. A few words about international commitments. I would like to refer to UN Security Council resolution a few years ago, which I think for the first time put the language of forced displacement and agriculture on the global agenda. And most recent development, which FAO joined, a Climate and Environmental Charter for humanitarian organizations, which has specific principles to address a combined planetary crisis of climate change, environmental degradation, and biodiversity loss. And I think many speakers at this forum referred to different aspects of this action. Why we have to invest and deliberately, I think my presentation focused a lot on prevention, on disaster risk reduction, and less on immediate response to emergency crisis, which obviously FAO together with our other Rome-based agencies is responding to. Because prevention is also economically effective. For example, our study of a couple of years showed that every dollar invested in disaster risk reduction as a combined part of agricultural development leads to up to 10 even dollars in benefits and avoided losses to smallholder farmers. At the same time, the official development assistance flows to agriculture-related measures, particularly on prevention, remained alarmingly low. FAO contribution to HDP Nexus. As I think you see from my presentation, we are through our intervention supporting a multi-risk approach. We are trying to combine different frameworks of disaster risk reduction and climate change adaptation in all actions. We are especially in all our actions in conflict-related environments. And certainly this approach requires inclusive, multi-sectoral, multidisciplinary risk governance, where certainly military community plays a very important role. We are, over the last basically couple years only, starting to bring in the expertise across the organization to bring rigor and systematic approach. What do we mean under sustaining peace? And as I said, what do we mean under humanitarian development of peace nexus? And I think this slide provides a snapshot of specific tendencies and pathways that we are promoting in our interventions with our partners and at the country level, at the local level. And for sure, all of these pathways are underpinned by specific examples. And I think this publication I show on my slide provides more detailed information, more specific contexts where these pathways have been promoting. I think it's important to recognize that at the core of this nexus lies specific focus on increased productivity and sustainable management of natural resources as a conflict prevention and displacement prevention measure. At the core of all conflicts from local to national, and between borders, what we also see, especially when it comes to agriculture and food sector, are equality and inclusivity. Therefore, especially gender transformative approach play increasingly important role in the interventions we are promoting. And finally, I think few speakers mentioned that there is enormous potential to de-risk agri-food systems using especially the role of big data and predictive analytics, which we're developing across the board. I think I'm cognizant my time is running out. I just wanted to give only a couple examples where we bring all these dimensions together. This year we adopted, as many other organizations in the public domain, but also in the private sector domain, a policy on environmental social safeguards and standards. We consider this as an important vehicle to promote a systemic change across both environmental and social domains, where we can properly account for risks, integrate those risks in the design of our projects and programs, and by doing so improve effectiveness and accountability of our interventions. We're also investing heavily, especially in the last couple of years, in geospatial and risk assessment tools I just want to pay your attention to the one tool which we are launching literally these days. It's called Climate Risk Tool, which specifically has particular indicators and data sets on armed conflict and displacement. So we bring together all 3 dimensions, actually 4 dimensions of climate risk, which includes hazards, vulnerability, exposure, and adaptive capacity of various populations. Difficult to embrace all. I think here I tried to bring few key messages, especially emphasizing the importance of our work to put in the center the most vulnerable and exposed to multiple risks, including for sure conflict risk. The importance to promote HDP nexus in all our interventions while we address immediate needs. We still have to build longer-term resilience and promote sustainable development. Agriculture is in the center of this debate. And ultimately, just my last words for sure, we are looking for partnerships. We appreciate the partnerships with our donors. It's all inclusive, it's all cross-sectoral. And I think, especially, I think there are many opportunities for us to work also with the military, with the defense community, also in countries which are affected by conflict, but also in countries which may be affected by conflict and insecurity in the short term. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Nereti, for your presentation, for recalling the nexus, the strong link in between food or agri-food and security. I think this is, to a certain extent, paralleling what was mentioned before by Ambassador Mastroianni, so the strong link in between climate change and conflicts. So actually, food, climate, and security and conflicts are really to be seen as extremely interlinked factors to one another. The fact that you emphasized, as some other panelists this morning did, the fact that the climate change is a risk multiplier. This is, I think, some of the outcomes that everyone agrees upon. And thank you for underlying that the inaction is costly. So the prevention is better. Prevention to disaster, prevention of agri-food problems is also economically effective. So this is also very much important, as well as considering in our lines of operation the prioritization groups and persons, so to put them at the top of the agenda. Thank you so much indeed for your presentation, sir.
So, Ms. Elizabeth Volando, UN Director of the Office of the Undersecretary General for Operational Support. It's a great honor to welcome you in this conference.
Thank you. Pleasure.
So, the last but obviously not least, because the UN is essentially, if we say that NATO Stability Policy Center of Excellence is more, so to speak, to study, analyze, and follow the NATO perspective, and EGF, permanent headquarters, is extremely interested, obviously, in the EU. We, as COESPU, obviously got at the very heart of all our activities the UN policy guidances and documents. Ms. Elizabeth Rolando is Chief of the Office of the Under Secretary General for operational support, post that she holds since January 2019. She's served in various UN postings since late 2000, including as Chief of the Office of the Under Secretary General for Field Support from 2015 to 2019, Special Assistant to the Deputy Secretary General from 2013 to 2015, Deputy Chief of Staff and Senior Planning Officer for the UN Stabilization Mission in Haiti from 2011 to 2013, Senior Advisor to the Special Representative of the Secretary General, Head of Mission of the UN Interim Administration Mission in Kosovo, UNMIC, for a very long period, from 2008 to 2011, and head of the Judicial Development Division, responsible for the mission's work in the areas of judicial independence and accountability, access to justice and victim assistance in UNMIC Department of Justice for 7 years, from 2001 to 2008. Prior to joining the United Nations, she practiced law. She holds a JD from Harvard University and Bachelor BA in Political Science from the University of Rhode Island. So thank you so much indeed, Madam. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, how are you doing out there? I realize that I'm standing between you and the fine lines of the Veneto region, so I will try to be as brief as possible. But this is a topic that I'm very, very interested in and very passionate about. So I hope that you will bear with me. First, I'd really like to thank from the bottom of my heart General Barbano and his excellent team here at COESPU for giving us the opportunity to be here. I've learned a great deal today. I look forward to the continuing exchanges with all of you to learning more from you. What I'd like to do today is to provide you with an overview of the strategic approach that the United Nations has taken to integrate environmental management in UN peace operations. I'd like to tell you a little bit about the progress we've made and what our priorities are going forward. And now let's see if I can run this thing. Yeah. Okay, that's the agenda. Okay, now this very busy slide shows all the UN peacekeeping and special political missions. For the purposes of our environmental management work, the focus is on 12 UN peacekeeping operations, UN operations supporting the African Union in Somalia, and 4 special political missions. The missions we serve involve over 87,000 people, including military, police, and civilian personnel, and over 400 operational sites. And those of you who do environment work know what that can mean. Many of these, of course, are located in remote areas. As was mentioned before, most of the operations, particularly the big ones, are all located in Africa. The only exception is the mission in Lebanon. The others are in Central African Republic, Mali, the Democratic Republic of Congo, South Sudan, and of course, Somalia, as I mentioned. Sorry, wrong way. There we go. So environmental management is a strategic priority for the UN, and UN peace operations are required by member states to integrate sound environmental management in our activities. Of course, sound environmental management is also an important risk management tool, and it allows us to mitigate risks for the host community, for UN personnel, and for ecosystems. So both the General Assembly and the Security Council have adopted resolutions pertaining to environmental management. This slide provides a snapshot of these, and they essentially boil down to requiring that the UN minimizes risk to people, societies, and ecosystems, reduces the environmental footprint of missions, and implements environmentally responsible waste management and power generation systems. And finally, and very importantly, leaves a positive legacy in the host community. In addition, member states have also committed to sound environmental management through the Action for Peacekeeping initiative, which has been endorsed by 150 countries. If not managed in a safe and responsible manner, UN peace operations can have a significant negative impact on the environment of the host communities and on UN personnel. And this impact can occur through all these means that you can see here. When managed properly and designed accordingly, however, UN peace operations can not only do no harm, but can also bring about benefits for the host community and contributing to leaving a positive environmental legacy, which is one of our goals. As you know, implementing environmental management in the field is challenging. In the post-conflict areas where we operate, there is often a lack of reliable energy and water supply, and we heard that from other speakers today. And also lack of proper wastewater and solid waste management facilities. In such cases, we generally have to be self-sufficient for energy, water supply, and waste management. And we rely heavily on portable equipment, such as diesel generators, prefabricated ablution units, and containerized wastewater treatment plants. These are fine for the time being, but they are costly to operate, have a limited life expectancy, and they are not sustainable solutions. Some of the other challenges that we face include a fast-changing operational context, a multinational workforce with a high turnover rate, and operations which are of a temporary nature with one-year budgets. I also need to highlight that many of the countries where we operate, as has been already said, are among the most impacted by climate change. Enter, therefore, our environment strategy for peace operations. We started it in 2017, and it will end in 2023. It has 5 pillars: energy, water and wastewater, solid waste, wider impact, and environmental management system. When we launched the strategy, it was in response to a serious legacy of underperformance. In partnership with member states, we have come a long way since then. We have a long way to go, but we have come a long way. Mitigating wastewater risk, implementing environmental management systems, and establishing baselines across the strategic pillars. The vision set out in our environment strategy is here, and I have to say I was absolutely delighted earlier today to hear these words read in one of the presentations in working group number 2. I remember when we were writing this, and the fact that it is now being quoted and cited in a setting such as this is an incredibly pleasing and energizing thing, so thank you. So we have some key objectives for each of the strategic pillars for the implementation of this strategy. And these objectives guide our strategic approach and the technical support that we provide to field missions. So the approach consists of the establishment of an efficient risk and performance management framework. This includes the establishment of a community of practice, the provision of technical assistance, engagement with member states, promulgation of pre-guidance documents, the provision of training and capacity building, and the development of management plans in the areas of energy, solid waste management, and wastewater management. And finally, the establishment of sourcing solutions for eco-friendly equipment through global systems contracts that allow missions to obtain and procure the equipment in a more timely fashion. I'd like to say a word about the monitoring that we do, because when we started focusing seriously on this topic, most of our information, as has been mentioned by Joanna, was anecdotal. Now 75% of the data that we have is data that has been verified. So we have actually moved quite significantly into the quantifiable area. It's a key component of our strategic approach, and we put a lot of effort into this. And keep in mind those 400 sites that I mentioned earlier we cover all of those in terms of picking up the data. And this is an area where you simply cannot rest because we observe it very carefully, and we do find from time to time that things have fallen through the cracks. And when things fall through the cracks, if that's wastewater going out into a local community, that's a very serious problem. So we have to maintain vigilance. But currently, we have achieved obtaining a clear picture of the situation on the ground, both in terms of risk and performance. Today, we have detailed indicators for every site in peace operations and a reliable analysis and picture of problems, progress, and opportunities. Now, in the fall of 2020, we launched an internal platform called EAP, the Environmental Action Planning and Performance. With EAP, there we go, missions are reporting data for over 100 key performance indicators. Peacekeeping missions report every 6 months, and field-based special political missions once per year. The KPIs reported include data on water consumption, energy consumption and production, solid waste generation, percentage of solid waste which is recycled, composted, or treated through improved methods, fuel consumption for electricity production, and also characteristics of wastewater treatment facilities used by the missions, whether they're inside the fence or outside the fence. Now what you see here is what our scorecard looks like. It covers those 5 pillars. You can't see the whole scorecard. It covers those 5 pillars that I mentioned. We issue an annual environmental scorecard for each mission, and it provides an overview of the mission performance in those 5 areas. We also provide headquarters feedback on this performance, and this data is used by mission leaders to make data-driven decisions pertaining to environmental management. This also strengthens our accountability to member states and our environmental performance, and helps us when we go to them for our budgets. Now, in addition to EAP, we have developed, as the EU has, and as we've heard, and as NATO has, and as you've heard in other presentations, several resources and tools to continue mainstreaming environmental management and peace operations. Our environmental policy was mentioned in Working Group 2. We have issued environmental technical guidance manuals pertaining to water and wastewater and to solid waste management. Also various standard operating procedures, how to do a management plan, what to do when you're liquidating a mission and handing it over. And for uniformed personnel, we've developed an environmental management handbook for military commanders, a UN police environment management framework, a core pre-deployment training module on environment and natural resources, an environmental awareness generation packet, which we have translated into 10 national languages and are used by our main troop and police contributing countries. We've also produced a pocket card for each and every person on each and every military person on the ground, which details duties of individual peacekeepers to reduce the environmental footprint of field missions. Things like not running the shower too long, keeping air conditioning at a higher level. So to support the work that we're doing, we established a core team of environmental experts and a community practice. Now, the core team includes the environment team in the Undersecretary General of Operational Support Office, which are the team who work with me. And I'd like to point out that the reason environment was put in the Undersecretary General's office was in recognition of A, reports to mainstream it, but B, how essential this is to what we're trying to do. We have a technical support unit in Brindisi, and they are provide centralized technical environmental engineering support to missions. And we have a standing team of environmental consultants, which we had set up initially with the United Nations Environment Program, and now it's simply managed through UNOPS. What I'd like to mention about this team is that it's a multiplier. We have been able to have specialized technical assistance in the different areas of the strategy. By having a team that is working from their home bases, deployed to missions to provide technical assistance when they need it. Because obviously we can't afford to have experts in every area, in every mission. By having this team on call of specialists, we've really been able to multiply our effect. Finally, I wanted to mention in this regard that through our colleagues at the Department of Peace Operations, we've also established a network of environmental focal points in the military and police chain of command at all levels, from HQ to unit levels. And the focus here is on sharing best practices and priorities. A word about the member states. As Joanna said, we can't do anything without them. We serve at their pleasure. We have been very, very fortunate in the UN to have a strong support from member states, starting with the group of funds on leading environmental management in the field, which was established and is co-chaired by Italy and Bangladesh, and now comprises over 30 member states. They have been instrumental in advocating for the inclusion of environmental management considerations in resolutions. I'd also, since we're in Italy, like to thank the Italian government and Ministry of Environment for very strong support, particularly in the area of environmental impact assessment and in the development of training courses to increase capacity to integrate environmental considerations in facility management and project design and implementation. We've also gotten great support from the United States and the Republic of Korea. Another priority, sorry, there we go. Am I on the right side? Yes. For the department has been to provide missions and options for procuring eco-friendly technologies. I mentioned that earlier. So several global systems contracts are now available to provide technological solutions for wastewater management, water treatment, renewable energy, solid waste management, sensors and meters. A lot of the information and data we now collect is through sensors and meters, and several other types of technologies. Including some great low-tech items, such as the barrel incinerator that you can see here in the bottom, at the extreme right of this slide, which was very useful during COVID for incinerating medical waste, and is useful in temporary deployments when there are no proper landfills. So, since the launch of the environment strategy, we've made significant progress across peace operations. Primarily, we have successfully mitigated environmental risk. Despite the progress made, we still have a lot of work to do, and we see two areas with major potential: renewable energy and positive legacy. And in the second part of our strategy, we have been focusing on these two items. So there it is. So the transition from diesel generators to renewable energy systems is a strategic priority. Currently, about 90% of the electricity used by peace operations is provided by diesel generators. Renewable energy currently only provides 5% of the electricity that we're using in peace operations. This is mostly from solar photovoltaic systems installed in the missions. And importantly, the connection to a local grid based on hydropower in the Democratic Republic of Congo. In fact, our mission, MONUSCO, in the Democratic Republic of Congo actually gets 28% of its electricity from the local hydropower grid, but they're absolutely head and shoulders above the crowd in terms of renewable energy. By example, UNIFIL gets 1.5% of its energy from renewable energy. The Secretary General has set very ambitious targets with the key objective of sourcing 80% of our electricity from renewable sources by 2030. So you can see we have a lot of work to do. I'd like to just mention, I know you're all believers, that the sourcing of the reduction of the footprint and the transition to renewable energy also for us has very, very significant safety and security issues because of the convoys where, particularly in Mali, are proving extremely dangerous for peacekeepers. So the reduction of fuel supply convoys and the reduction of soil and air pollution from fuel and lubricant spills and the reduction of budgetary impacts of the fluctuation in fuel prices are great reasons for us to be going to solar apart from the obvious environmental ones. So, we're almost done, you'll be happy to know. I wanted to say a few more words about renewable energy. Long-term transition to renewable energy in peacekeeping will not be easy. And despite the ongoing reductions in market costs, a transition of our sizable sites would require budgets in the order of tens of millions. We therefore must pursue a number of different approaches simultaneously, and we must develop new partnerships. In this regard, we have identified three main types of solutions. On-site renewable energy projects, either through UN-owned equipment or through deployment by our troop and police contributors. Connection to lower renewable energy grids where available, obviously DRC. And an idea that we're working on right now, which is decentralized power purchase agreements. These entail working with host governments and the private sector to buy renewable energy from external providers who set up generation capacity. Missions can prove to be an extremely useful anchor in this sense because they are a big client who will pay right away. And of course, what we particularly like about this formula is that they will then provide renewable power for the community. And it will allow us to get our electricity, our power in an environmentally sound and cost-effective way, but also will allow us to leave a lasting positive legacy to the local communities. I'd like to mention that on positive legacy, peacekeeping missions spend $100 million US on facilities and infrastructure in 2021. 86% of these expenditures are from the 6 largest missions that I mentioned earlier. So essentially, the idea of positive legacy is to look for opportunities where the considerable footprint that we create can support our mandate implementation, but also have a secondary benefit to the host communities. While we understand that this won't always be possible, we want to make it routine to look for these options. So, before I close, a few words on the way forward for us. Our environment strategy will end in June 2023. As requested by the UN General Assembly, we will shortly launch a consultation process with member states to develop a way forward to ensure continuity in our environmental management efforts. We've already started a consultation process with field missions and other stakeholders. And we're looking at what needs to be done to consolidate the gains we have made, preserve those gains, and improve where we need to improve. At a minimum, the way forward will again focus on reducing our footprint, considering positive legacy, and further improving our performance in a continuing and sustained manner. Thank you very much. You have been extremely patient. Honored to be here.
Thank you so much indeed, Ms. Rolando, for your presentation. Very, very inspiring, very interesting, very comprehensive. You shared with us the UN strategic approach to integrate the environmental management in peace operations. So the key reference are essentially lie in the General Assembly resolution, in the Security Council resolution, in the Action for Peacekeeping Plus, as well as in the environmental strategy for peace operation 2017-2023 that are obviously to be considered for us, for instance, that we try to deliver training for UN peacekeepers, really the key reference. Key reference, the UN is in general terms, because also the figures you shared with us. When we talk about the United Nations, we talk about 87,000 peacekeepers currently deployed. In the past, we achieved even a higher figure, 12 missions. So this is really the most important. Every actor is important, obviously. Every actor is fundamental, but the UN plays the role that is, in comparison, also in terms of number of peacekeepers deployed and missions deployed, really fundamental. And by the way, when it comes to environmental management, 8 of these 10 missions are deployed exactly in countries that are affected essentially by climate change problems. So there's a problem in the problem, so to speak, to be faced and analyzed. Thank you for recalling that you have prepared the corporate deployment program with this module on environmental and natural resources. So obviously we strictly abide by with our chair on environmental management when we deliver our lessons. And last but not least, it's very important the achievement that the UN has proven to have the reduction of the use of energy, gas, etc. per capita. This is very, very important achievement. This is a lesson learned. But on the other side, if I'm correct, 3 + 2 makes 5% of renewable energy sources. So there is still a long way to go for everyone, including for the UN, despite the fact that obviously these are very, very important achievements that have to be noted and adopted as a sort of lesson learned also for the others. Having said that, and having expressed all our gratitude, I kindly invite the Dean to present.
So the closing remarks are presented by Colonel Massimo Cucchini, on behalf of the Director of the Center of Excellence of Stability Police Unit, Giovanni Pietro Barbano.
On behalf of the Corporate Director, Brigadier General Giovanni Pietro Barbano, I have the pleasure to present you the closing remarks of this high-level conference. This meeting was conceived first and foremost, as emphasized in its concept note, for the benefit of the personnel employed by international organizations in field operations, and without your direct, active, and fruitful involvement and participation, it would have been impossible to achieve its aims. We are really most grateful and impressed for the inspiring insights you have provided to the audience, presenting the policies, programs, experiences, and lessons learned of your relevant international organization. Summarizing from the morning panel's outcomes, we can say that the inclusion of environment management is mandatory in every peace support operation. It will be necessary to better focus the limits to face within the mission itself. The climate change is already creating emergency all around the world that must be taken by the eco-adaptation, and it must be clarified how the peace operation must be conceived and tailored to face not only the environmental issues of the regional area of deployment, but the globality of the problem by itself. Thanks to a detailed analysis of activities focused to reduce the impact of peace support operations, we have at our disposal effective tools and new technologies that must be applied to mitigate and prevent environmental damage and its consequences. In this era of high-speed global change, the environment management is fundamental to guarantee not only the environment itself, but the planet people by trying to prevent geopolitical crisis potentially leading to further migratory flows. It's now time for the closing thanks. This conference is the result of a joint endeavor of the Carabinieri Command Unit for Environmental, Agri-Food and Forestry Protection, the CUFA, and COESPO. And let me warmly greet and commend the extraordinary engagement, professionalism, and support of General Massimiliano Conti and Colonel Giancarlo Pepito. Special thanks to His Excellency Honorable Francesco Battistoni, Under Secretary of State at Ministry of Agriculture, Agri-Food and Forests, for witnessing the deep engagement of the Italian government on this important topic. And thanks to the Ambassador Mastroianni, Senior Deputy Secretary General of the Union for the Mediterranean. Thank you to all distinguished representatives of UN, Mrs. Rolando, Mr. Nertin, African Union, Mr. Mwembe, Ms. Wanamba, Ms. Lorenzen, OSCE, Mr. Bonabello, and NATO, Colonel Syrian. We want to express our deepest gratitude for your institutional remarks, extremely inspirational and useful. Thank you for the qualified presence and activity here today to all the armies, the Guardia di Finanza, the Centers of Excellence, the international organizations, experts, the professors, researchers, practitioners, and interns from the universities, all named in detail during the opening section this morning, and whose commitment has allowed this high-level conference and the above-mentioned outcomes. So moving to the conclusion, we consider this event as a very successful occasion to activate ideas and presenting suggestions between actors involved in tackling this big issue that must be considered fundamental in our times and essential for the humankind future generation. Thank you.
Dear all, this concludes our conference. We strongly thank you for your proactive participation. They're not impressive, but we will cheers also for with them. Thank you.